Awesome. All right. There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Charity Cup. This is day one, this 6v6 competitive in an AT style. Um, we have first up, Wingnut, if you want to help me go through some of these teams. We've got a
Oh god.
large group of people, but we are starting off with Neglect Emotions and Standard Protocol.
Yeah, the problem with teams and tournaments is that trying to figure out who they are is a nightmare because they keep changing their bloody
Oh my
names.
god.
So trust me
They
when I
really,
say,
it seems to.
trying to go by the names is not going to work. I can recognize a few pilots
Oh
here and there, but
gosh. Yeah, I'm sitting here having to look at, who they're with and having a lot, and there are several groups that are represented by several teams. So it's going to be interesting to see how each team kind of goes against each other, given that they're in the same alliance or same corp.
it'll be fun for them. It'll be fine. We also have the bands with first teams as well, which is
Absolutely.
nice. And everything we got is in one page. It's great.
Absolutely. Hey, organization makes me happy. Starting off with basic bands, Neglect Emotion arted, has chosen to go with your Sentinel, Arbitrator, and Crucifier.
Yeah, Stand Protocol's
Standard
also got
Protocol has
carries,
chosen to
Celestis, and
go.
more. They're all E-War bands. Everyone's
Yeah,
banned at E-War.
it seems like they really have gone and said, we don't want to be touched. We don't want to deal with the E-War. It's very of a let's just brawl it out. Let's maybe we're gonna see some kiting, maybe we're gonna see brawling, but they really, really do not want this E-War.
Yeah, it looks like a standard protocol, banning all the dams they can. So
Who is this magical voice I hear in my ears? Is that Greybill?
indeed it is. Hello, hello. I'm also
Mate,
here.
that voice sounds so silky.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not on camera. My internet is not up for that task, but I will try to do my best as first-time analyst on the desk
Yeah, we
here.
got a few
And,
freshies.
yeah, just throw me some questions, and I try to be analytical, right?
Sure.
Try is
So,
always the
what do
key
you think
word
of the
there.
bands? They're definitely looking to go after the bands. They're definitely looking to go against that E-War. Those stamps, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely.
What do you think we're gonna see?
Standard protocol are definitive lock range enjoyers, right? They really want to lock far and not being damped down. So it's a possible that you bring a kitey setup if you ban the dams, because dams are really good against kiters. Or it's all a mind game. That's also possible. It's the first day, and feeders is always like a real mess in case of meta, and nobody has really figured out anything. Everything is just in the air. People came up with weird ideas and weird comps, and yeah, the theory crafters just went wild, and now we're gonna see how well they did.
Well, they've definitely been working on this. They have had a very nice little list of stuff that they have the ability to kind of work with. So this, while it is kind of like an AT style using the arena, um, it is a 6v6, and they are limited on some of their ships. Um, they're limited to a Tech 1 battleship, a Navy or Tech 1 battle cruiser, Heavy Dictor, Pirate, Navy, or T1 E-War, which that one this group seems to really have not liked with the bans. Um, T1 Logi or T2 Logi frigate. Sorry, T1 Logi cruiser or T2 Logi frigate. Those Logi can't really be touched.
Yeah, they cannot be
And
banned.
then yeah, which I think that we may see some surprises with that. We might see I don't know. I'm really thinking we might see something fun with that. T3 Destroyer, Dictor, Command Destroyer, Kiki, or Faction Destroyer opens up a lot. This does include the Tholos, which, if anybody has been living under a rock, that is the new avoiding the EHP, just go straight HP and can do some massive damage. I'm really curious to see how that's utilized. And then we also have the Assault Frigate, Scepter, E-War attack ships, T1 Electronic Warfare Frigate, or Pirate Frigates. So we have the ability to have some really interesting comps. And I'm really curious if somebody's going to build around the Tholos either in mid rounds or maybe even later rounds.
I feel like we're going to see the Tholos a few times. It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, I living in nullsec have seen it absolutely rip through holes, and it is insane. I actually personally have one. I haven't really played with it a little bit, but the fits for them are nasty. They're
Oh, yeah.
expensive, and they are a force to be reckoned with in a group setting. In a group this small, though, we'll see how it's supported. Usually they're used in larger groups, but like I said, this is a 6v6, and I'm curious to see how it's used.
Yeah, indeed. But I think about the Tholos is that, or I'm a bit concerned about, that it's very limited in
Yes.
terms of tanking. You basically always need or a shield logi with it to bring it, because it only has 2 low slots, and you can't really
I'm
armor
really
tank that.
thinking if a group does choose to bring a Tholos, that they're gonna have to protect it, and that may end up being a weakness. They might trade it to see, hey, maybe we can use it to take out, the battleship, the battle cruiser, but then you're gonna have to, on the flip side, protect it a little bit more just because of the fitting on it.
Indeed, yeah. I could imagine them bringing a afterburner buffer fit for the Tholos, and with a Osprey as backup to keep it alive. And
I did a bit of
then,
test fitting when I first saw it, and it's got some disgusting potential.
indeed, the
Very
potential
disgusting
is there,
potential.
yeah.
Yeah,
A
they're
destroyer, sorry.
insane.
A destroyer
Oh,
that doesn't
no,
has
you're
any
totally fine.
potential is the Draugr, because that one is banned.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
well, I
everyone would
mean,
pick it
I would
immediately.
say, well, any destroyer that doesn't have any potential is also a dead destroyer, so it's not going to live very long if it doesn't have the ability to keep itself alive or be of use. So,
Yeah.
um,
Speaking about
this will,
destroyers,
yeah,
I'm looking forward to, or I'm wondering if people will actually bring command destroyers, the Pontifex, Bifrost, Stork, or Magus, because
yeah.
those can fit command links, and that
Mhm.
can buff your comp quite a bit. But
And there might be a
yeah,
I'm
question of whether people
wondering.
bring attack battle cruise. If they do, they'll bring a command destroyer to bring the links. But I think
Yeah,
mostly we're going to see regular battle cruisers, and therefore they're going to bring like damage or tackle destroyers.
I'm almost not wondering, because some of the Navy and Tech 1 battle cruisers can fit boosts. If we might see maybe they switch that out for a T3 and decide to go for the damage with the Eris, the Hecate, maybe try to push that DPS instead of for uh, sacrificing boosts. It is very, very micro gang, and I think groups are gonna have to make some choices because instead of the AT where it's 10 people, here it's, well, 6.
indeed it is. And as we have seen in previous tournaments, Confessor or Swipple especially are used as very effective hard tackles in the past. Yeah, but since it's 6v6, as you mentioned, Rose, it also comes down a bit more to individual piloting skill. There's no
Yes.
backup like in a 10v10 in the Alliance tournament. I mean, it's still very skill dependent there, but a little bit less. Your teammates could catch a mistake you make, especially if it's like a T1 frigate or so, which you're tackling and going in. You're basically disposable in that scenario at some points. But
Yeah.
here in a 6v6, it's like every ship counts.
Yeah,
Oh
for
yeah,
sure. I think that if we see a mistake happen, I think it could most definitely have something where it turns the tide, given that there is no coverage for the 10v10. I'm really thinking that if somebody messes up or we have a mistake on either side, you're going to see that the opponent jump on it and be absolutely prepared to wreck them. Um, so it's anybody's game. So currently on the polls, it does look like Neglect Emotionally is currently winning by predictions, quite favored. They're over 50% favored to win this match, sitting at about 63%. Um, what do you think of the faith in chat on these teams? Do you think Standard Protocol might maybe come from behind and surprise everybody?
It's the feeders. Literally anything can happen by teams we don't know until we've seen them fly. And the worst ones when you see teams you
Yeah.
do know either absolutely like face plant the first match. You have to wait and see if people adapt to the new format.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We don't know, or I don't have the list here, which people are actually on the team. So I can't really call out any names or so and say, hey, that guy knows how to fly the internet spaceships. But yeah, it's everything can happen here. So it's the feelers, and as Wingard
Yeah.
says, it's like a big bag of surprises.
Yep.
Of
And
course. I do.
as a Battleship lover as well, this is going to be something where a lot of Battleship parts can absolutely shine. The smaller the format, and there's a T1 Battleship in it, the stronger they are. They can be an entire they can flip the game on their own. A single Hyperion against the right team could kill all 5 on its or 6 on its own. So watch, see what happens, see what
I,
people
I
teams decide to do.
really I really think that our bigger ships are definitely going to shine. I think I would agree. I think our battleships, maybe we see a battle cruiser step up. Um, we'll see. Again, it is up to anybody. It's anybody's game. I'm interested to see how Logi, especially in an AT where you can pull two Logi. Here it's you have one, and your Logi's got to be good. So we'll take a look and see how the dice rolls.
Indeed.
Ooh.
Awesome. It looks like teams are just landing on field currently. And if we want to go ahead and move it over to them.
A lot of ships that can actually project out quite far. I'm assuming that the Roke is going to be rail fit along with the Ferox Navy. The Phantasm is probably going to have beams. Jackdaw very likely to have the light missiles. And I think the linchpin for both teams here are the Hyenas. The fact that long range webs weren't banned. I think the Hyena is the only ship in the tournament. Maybe there's a Vigil Fleet issue as well, with the ability to have long range webs. And I think it's going to be pivotal for both teams to keep the Hyenas alive while trying to kill the other team's Hyenas too.
Yeah, do you think this is a double web shield hyena for Horus, or do you think that they've got some paints in order to make that rogue really stand out?
I think we're probably going to see a single web and then a target painter from the Hyena, but there's also potential, I think, for some target painters on other ships as well. Whereas I'm thinking that
Oh, look
because
at this. The rogue of Huicante is immediately MJDing.
Is it MJDing in? Oh, it's MJDing off to the side.
Yeah. He's just
Which-
gonna get far away in order to have as little transversal as possible and kill Maldrum Altal and this exec who's taking massive damage right away.
I do find it surprising that the Rogue decided to MJD at an angle instead of directly towards the Rogue. It does allow him to track a little bit better, being further away, but you could use your close range ammo if you jump in close.
Yeah, they've gone for Sniper Bros in the Hyena immediately. They want to get some of that projection support off the other side, and Asura Sam and the Phantasm is tanking just fine for now.
Yeah, we can see, I think it's a target painter coming from the Ferox Navy onto Sniper Bros in the Hyena. We're also seeing a target painter come out from the Jackdaw as well, which allows them to just put webs on Pasty White Devil in the Hyena on the Horse team. That way they're not wasting any of their mid slots.
Yeah, this is a huge initial win for them, getting the Logi and the Hyena off. They're going to get the Lynx, and I think this is going to be a reasonably easy cleanup, even though the Phantasm of Asura is going down.
Yeah, even though they're going to lose this Phantasm pretty shortly, the fact that they've managed to clear up the Hyena on the What Do team, they've also managed to clean up the logistics as well, puts them in a very good position to win the match. And it's going to make it very hard for the Hyperion and the Brudix Navy to get on top of any other ships. But we do see, I believe, the Phobos burning hard for the Osprey at the moment.
I think that's probably a little too late. I think even if they kill the Osprey, Ferox Navies and Rogues are insanely tanky ships, especially in this format. They don't have the biggest amount of link support, but the Brudix is going down, and with the Hyperion being held off at arm's range with its T-Rex arms by the Hyena here, they're just not going to do enough damage to kill anything else, even if they were to catch it.
Yeah, I think you're making the right call here. And it's interesting to see, of course, the Hyena at the very end really coming into focus with the fact that it can keep that Phobos from getting on top of the Osprey. And, the Hyperion, being blaster fit, will be unable to shoot anything unless it gets within about 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers with null, which does not seem likely at this moment in time. Now, there are still MJD beacons in the arena. There is still the potential for the Hyperion to try and make some plays. It will have a local rep, I assume. And it's just a case of whether it can start whittling down ships on the Horse team. But you're praying for a miracle at this point, I think.
Yeah. It's interesting how, given the differences in team compositions that we have in this arena, they both kind of had the same idea coming in with their bans. Despite banning entirely different ships, they just don't want to be disrupted. They want to do their thing. They want to leverage their Hyena to tackle something down and go kill it, or tackle something down so that they can hit it. And as we have been seeing a little bit in the more recent metas, having a lot of damage and a lot of tank with shields, if you're not being disrupted, is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this format, the 6v6, is really going to highlight the differences between armor and shield, with the fact that E-War is still limited to hulls that have bonuses towards that type of E-War. So, ECM can only go on ships with ECM bonuses, for example. There's the potential that we see some heavy E-War setups or control setups come out from the armor ships, but because you only have 6v6, there are fewer people to screen for those kind of very squishy E-War ships, which I think will make it very difficult for these teams to kind of execute on the potential that these ships have.
And it's easier to ban out a complete suite of one type of E-War than it normally is. You're not being able to take a Falcon because the Blackbird is banned. You're not going to take a Pilgrim because the Curse is banned. Obviously, neither the Pilgrim nor the Curse are allowed at all, but they've taken out entirely the type of E-War that they didn't want to face in this match. And they can do whatever they want. And Levon Bedros in this Hyperion is not keeping up with the rep. I'm assuming he's out of Ansel charges, and he's gonna go down pretty soon.
Yep, it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a slow grind for the time being. It looks like some damage from the Hyperion onto the Osprey using a null, but no way that the Osprey actually dies here because it's able to pull range very, very easily. When you saw these two teams land on grid, Dujek, which team did you think was going to be able to pull out the win?
I was thinking Horse, but that was mainly because I figured that the Jackdaw would make rather short work of the Hyena on the other side. And I think that if you have a high damage projection comp with a Hyena against a team without a Hyena, you're probably going to win, especially with the Hyperion. If the armor setup was more laser based with long range projection, I think that we would have a closer match as well. Like being able to shoot at any range is a big plus. And doing the right damage against shield tank as well would also be great.
Yeah, coming into this, I also thought that the horse team was going to win. I'd like their setup a lot more, and I think many teams are going to fall into the trap, at least for the first weekend, where people think that because the Hyperion gets some, like local rep bonuses, that it's going to be a good ship. But again, due to the limitations in terms of how many people you can have on your team, it's very difficult for you to get your battleship onto targets at 0 without the proper support in place. And I think that teams should maybe prioritize projection a little bit more, so perhaps switch towards Abaddons and those sorts of ships later on, which are able to shoot out to like 50 kilometers pretty easily, 70 kilometers pretty easily, and still do a lot of damage over time.
There was always the chance that the armor setup here went up against a rush setup with a Tholos, and I think it would be a much different match in that case. But good job to Horus for taking this out with only a single loss, and we'll see you at the desk again.
Rainbow
Rainbow
Starfleet.
includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Ladar, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously
Put
wanted to
an-
know if you need a prop mod?
Like,
I
and
have
also
King 6 mids!
Awesome. Welcome back. What a match. Honestly, I was thinking before this all started, along with a few other people back here, that armor was going to be pretty strong. I was not expecting a shield rogue, a shield team.
Nah, shield's gonna be better, mate. One
Really?
repper really does hurt armor badly, whereas one shield booster doesn't really
That's
matter because
true.
you run XL SPs anyway. I will say,
That's
Rail
true.
Roke. Let's go. We've already entered Lulu land here.
Yes.
And that team who brought it, they banned out all
Yes.
tracking disruption as well. So they brought the Rail Roke and fully banned out any counter besides tackling it. So that's a team with a plan, and their plan executed perfectly.
Honestly, I was really surprised. I was really happy to see that rogue. I was thinking we were gonna see maybe megas, maybe typhoons, maybe more of the Tempest, Armageddons, stuff like that. But they brought a rogue, and they had a plan. They ran with it, and they pulled it off.
Indeed, and
Yeah,
MJD at the
so-
start was a really nice play. I think MJDing the rook in the back line and then slapping the Lordship with it. That was a very nice play.
It was very well positioned as well. They broke MJD away, but also MJD close to an MJD beacon itself, so it then could follow up if needed, if it was getting chased, which is the key way you stop a Rail Rogue, is you tackle the bloody thing. If he jumps again, you can't do that, and he can just bounce from MJ beacon to MJ beacon the entire match. So that's an interesting comp. Without any track disruption counter, I think the only way to really counter it would be damps, but the other team banned out the only counter they could have. Well, one of the counters. There's probably more,
And-
but yeah.
The rogue pilot made sure that when he did the MJD, he was at the right angle and definitely was prepared to do this. And hey, he pulled it off.
Yeah, you can tell they
Goodness.
had some practice with that, and they didn't fly
Oh,
that
yeah.
comp the first time. I especially liked
Oh yeah, no.
the hyena in that comp. It was really, really nice seeing that speeding around and just webbing things down that tried to get up close. I had a closer look at the Phobos, which was the hard tackle for Bissell Brick Rollers, I think. Standard protocol. And yeah, it was a blaster fit, a plated buffer blaster fit, I assume. And of course, it's a
All
good
right.
tackle ship. You can get on top of something with it, but not when you're webbed by a hyena.
So
I
it
think
looks
the
like the
hyena's going to be
players
a
are
guaranteed
starting
pick
to
almost.
enter.
Sorry.
Honestly, no, you're totally fine. I agree. I think that it's showing promise and it's showing that it's very strong. It does show that the Basilisk and Bruxo Bentley, both captains for premature evacuation and SPDR, or sub peer dom review, have chosen the Typhoon and the Megathron as their first pair of bands. I'm curious what we're gonna see as far as their comp there
Megathron.
as against each other. Yeah.
I see Megathron
After
there,
that we
what
have
not?
the CFI. Oh no,
Match
I'm
before
looking at
that.
the
You got the wrong
line.
match. There you go.
You know, tiny text. Yeah, tiny text. All right, so it looks like they have Armageddon and Typhoon. There we go. And Sentinel, Armageddon, Crucifier, and Carries. So I do see a little bit of the E-War there getting taken out. And I do see that they've both chosen to ban the Armageddon. What do y'all think of that?
I think they don't like heavy missiles, it seems. Because both
Yeah,
Typhoon
I
and
think we're gonna see
Armageddon.
half.
Yeah, SPD, I definitely hate rapid heavies for sure. The Armageddon is a bit more interesting. You probably ban it more for the long range nukes than the missiles because it doesn't actually get a missile bonus. So the missiles are kind of trash, but it is a very good drone boat with with whatever weapons you want on it, plus long range
Yeah.
nukes. So it's always got a lot of potential, especially in these lower formats. And Armageddon's nuding power is almost magnified upon opponents.
Oh gosh, yeah, and that a good pilot doing newts can absolutely wreck a team, especially like we are emphasizing in the small format. Alrighty. Let's go. It looks like they're going ahead and starting to land.
Yep, we got a little bit more to go. And we're seeing, ooh, okay. I'm not going to say it until we get to the arena, but I like to look at
Ooh.
this. This is
I
interesting.
know. This is I am invested. It does look like they've chosen some interesting landing positions, but we'll let the analyst go through this.
Welcome back to the arena for our second match of the day on Stream 1. We have Premature Evacuation against SPDR, which stands for Sub-Peer Dom Review. Dujek, which team do you think is going to be taking it based on these interesting setups that we're seeing here?
I am very biased, being a huge fan of the SPDR team. Former teammates of mine, they're gonna rush the fuck out of this. I think that the Torp Raven plus Tholos going onto that Hyperion with the Kitsune jamming out the exec of Yante, I want to say that they're gonna take it. That's so much damage on their side.
Honestly, I am inclined to agree. We do have the Raven, like you mentioned, but also the Tholos is just going to be doing a lot of damage, and the Kitsune is going to make it very hard for the Too Soon team to apply its damage, since they don't really have anything that can project out and kill the Kitsune when it's sitting back at range. One thing that I did want to mention is that we have already seen this setup from The previous match, the only change being that there is a Prophecy Navy instead of a Brudix Navy, which implies that some of the teams that we're seeing on grid in the last few matches have been practicing together or have the same read on potential meta.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to what the SPDR team can get on top of. They have their Onyx to try to tackle something. They've opted to go for the Hyena of Costas first and the Phobos of Matteo, whereas Glitterfree Sotkin is taking a lot of damage in that Osprey, and he's not going to be along for this world if he takes it at this rate for any longer.
That is indeed true. I believe that Matteo and Paleo both have long-range weapons, so you're going to see rails from the Phobos and beams from the Prophecy Navy, which means that they will be able to apply to the Osprey fairly well. It's just a matter of whether that is going to make a big difference. The Tholos is very tanky as a shield ship with a lot of buffer and the potential for a local ancillary as well, but with the entire team shooting it, it's very likely that it's going to be dying soon.
Yeah, he's gonna go down. Like, if they trade their Logi and Tholos for the Hyperion of the Basilisk, they might have a way to claw their way out of this. The Tholos is still gonna keep doing its 2000 DPS effective going forward. The Basilisk is gonna take that dot on for another minute entirely. And Brux Bentley is taking a lot of damage in this Raven, but they're doing significant damage to the Hyperion. Let's see if he goes down. I think also how well their Kitsune jams out the Exec is going to matter a lot going forward.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Kitsune has really made its impact known so far. We're seeing a lot of damage coming out from the Too Soon team. Hyperion is dropping a little bit lower, but one thing that is important to note when it comes to ancillary shield boosters versus the ancillary armor reps that we can get in this tournament is that the ancillary armor rep still runs fairly well even without nanite paste. And we can see that there is a race at the moment. The Raven dropping lower into armor while the Hyperion is dropping lower into structure. I believe they're probably going to die at the same time here.
Yeah, I think Bruxo is not gonna survive if he isn't on reload and finishing up that already. He's just gonna die, and I don't think a Cyclone, Onyx, and Kitsune take a Prophecy Phobos with Logi.
Yeah, I think it is a very tall order to expect SPDR to dig themselves out of the hole that they find themselves in at this moment in time. Just to finish the point I was making before on the ancillary reps, we saw that once the Hyperion went down, the Raven still couldn't find itself in a position to shield boost because it takes a lot of capacitor if you do not have those cap charges loaded, whereas the ancillary armor rep can still rep even without nanite in, without taking too much cap. It just gives you less armor back. So there are benefits to the ancillary armor rep, even if in general it may be a stronger rep amount, lower rep amount, sorry.
Yeah, the
We do see the
Hyperion
Kitsune
also
dying here.
having a good bonus to rep, so it's repping a lot when it's got paste, and it's repping a decent amount otherwise. I think
Kitsune
at the
indeed dead.
yeah, I don't think Matteo is dying in this match anymore. Like, the Phobos is also small enough that doing full damage with 2 ham boats is not going to be easy.
Yeah. Do you think that there's anything that SPDR could have done differently to affect the outcome of this match?
They went on the Hyena initially, and I don't know how much that was anything but drones, but the SPDR team doesn't really do damage in full to anything but the Prophecy Navy and the Hyperion, and they lost their Logi quite soon. And I think the Hyena of Costas helped a lot getting that Osprey down quickly.
You could say that the Too Soon team killed the SPDR team's Logi too soon for it to make its impact felt on the grid, eh?
Yeah, I think that Ospreys, half the time, they're amazing boats. Like, I have a huge fondness for the Osprey, but the other half of the time, the Osprey is just good at running away and having buffer and forcing people to shoot you for a minute or two and effectively keeping your team safe by being a decoy. If it dies very fast, it's neither repping nor being a good decoy.
Yep, that seems like a very good summary of the way that the Osprey works on the arena field. Do you think that a Scythe would have perhaps been a better choice for the SPDR team?
I want to say no. I do not condone flying scythes. Even despite the fact that they've recently been buffed, I think that the scythe is primarily shining if getting away incredibly fast is important, and I think that in this case, it would have been less impactful. Like the Hyena Costas did burn in very quickly to get tackled there. And with that, we have the match done, and the analysts will bring their opinions to the match.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not FCing and people can't get their it together!
So, welcome back. What a match. I do think the prediction of the Hyena coming in clutch was correct. I'm excited to see how it moves forward.
Yeah, that match has some few moments that I definitely enjoyed the most, which is they had basically a rushy team with a Hyperion, and instead of going in, they saw that it was a Torpedo Raven and pulled back and let them come to them, while also sniping off the Logi as well, which is very well done on their part. There's a few little moments I could go on about, but that's what happens when you have a good team flying. Like they knew exactly what to do correctly there. Hell yes, I love seeing that.
Yeah, and they definitely had a nice different range on their guns by Too Soon. Graybill, what are your thoughts on having that the long range, the short range, having that kind of intermix, and how that benefited Too Soon?
Well, it allowed them to basically, snipe the Logi pretty much at the start. And Subpure just didn't come back from that after that. It was a slugfest after that. And when your Logi dies that soon in the match, you're on a timer. And when you have still an Hyperion to deal with, which they eventually did, but it takes that much time that you just run out of hit points faster than your opponent at that point. And I really liked the Beam Prophecy Navy there and the Rail Phobos doing most of the sniping there. That was nice to see and well executed.
There's a lot of little things about that team that is very well done. Like, for instance, they had Logi drones on the hype for most of that match as well, trying to just buy time, because don't forget, they can only have one repper. So any extra rep you can get from any source is that much more valuable. So there's a lot of little things they do, which is just showing they're a good tournament team. That's exactly why they know what they're doing. And it's kind of interesting to think, if the other team brought a Hyena. If the other team had brought a Hyena instead of bringing a Kitsune, I don't know if that would have changed the match, but it's one of those things like, what could they have done? Because their Raven was stuck to only shooting the battleship and the battlecruiser. Could they have maybe sniped the Logi? It's those little questions you can have.
Yeah, I do think that the Hyena might be the sleeper that pulls through and is kind of become the star of this. Even being a frigate lower sized ship. I think we might see some frigate shine. Now I just want to say the pink skin that we saw at the end of that match, I just gotta say, absolutely gorgeous.
What we've always wanted is hot pink skins. It's always what we've wanted.
I mean, I love skins. If anybody knows me, I am a skin fanatic. I tend to look Mr. Tamber's skins up the ass and try to find all the little details. He has joked that he put a bumper sticker on there once. And yeah, no, seeing the different skins, especially the pink, hey, I'm a fan. It's great to see everybody having a good time and showing some personality outside of their fits.
Your team has entered local, so let's start looking at their bans, I think.
That's a good idea.
Perfect. So it does look like Not Dead Yet and Seriously Suspicious have gone ahead and entered the arena. Let's go over some of their bans. It looks like Not Dead Yet has gone over the Typhoon, the CFI, and the Scorpion. Looks like they're going very heavy battleship, battle cruiser size bans. Seriously Suspicious is doing the Megathron, the ENI, and the Myrmidon Navy issue. Bill Gray, Bill Gray. Gray Bill. Wow, I can't English. What?
What are you thinking, Gray? What do you see here?
What do you think?
You see more than me at the moment. Oh, sorry. You're talking about buns, right? Right.
Yes.
Yeah!
I was confused there for a second. Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. I had a moment where I couldn't English.
It happens. Right. We see a banned Scorpion, so no Evo on that front, or at least not from a battleship. But other than that, it looks to me like more or less random DPS bans. I can't really figure out much just from looking at the bans, to be honest. Maybe they don't like missile kite because banning the Typhoon and the Cyclone Fleet would hint to that.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thought is that Serious Suspicious banned out what looks to be a full hull rush. Because Megathron, Exec Navy, and Mem Navy probably the best 3 ships for a hull rush sort of comp.
That's
So
a good shot.
that seems very, very direct ban there.
Yeah.
But looks like the teams have arrived. Ooh.
Oh goodness, yeah, it looks like they're landing. I'm curious to see how it goes. It looks like we're seeing some stuff we haven't seen in other matches, and I think we'll go ahead and pass it to the commentators and let them slug it out and have a good time.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. We have Seriously Suspicious against Not Dead Yet. And I think that we're going to see some good kiting in this game with SLX in the shield kite comp trying to get away from all the damage and being damped out for their troubles. What do you think, Misty?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an initial battle of the E-War frigates. It's going to be a case of whether, well, the Kitsune isn't really able to stop the carries from getting damps out at all, because when you jam something with ECM, electronic countermeasures, in EVE Online, the ship that you are jamming is able to lock you back. So if the Kitsune ever jams the carries, we're just going to see the carries put its damps, which it receives a bonus for, reducing the lock range of the Kitsune until it just can't lock the carries anymore. So I do think that the carries is going to be able to edge out a win against the Kitsune in terms of the E-War battle that we see at the start. But the Bellicose is also an excellent ship as it has bonus to target painters, which is going to help this Cruise Raven apply its damage.
Yeah, I think that Jackdaw is just going to eat the carries alive. Like, you are eventually just going to die. And Natalie and the Osprey is taking some scary initial damage, specifically from this Prophecy Navy and Bedmac, I think. And CVA are going to try to kill the Osprey while not losing their Tempest. But the Tempest is taking more damage than I would have expected. And They're also putting pressure on the Kitsune at the same time as the Osprey, which, I mean, stresses the Osprey's cap a bit, but the Osprey will be dead, and I think the Kitsune will be close after.
Yeah, it's important to note. So the Kitsune does seem to be burning around, still within drone control range. The Osprey is pulled far enough away that it's not getting hit anymore by guns, but the drones are still on the Osprey. They're eventually going to be called back. There's the potential that the Osprey survives just long enough for the drones to be recalled. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. But when I spoke earlier, I said that the Raven was going to be cruise fit. I was wrong. It is, in fact, heavy rapids, or rapid heavies, rather, which means that even though the Tempest is low at this moment in time, there is the potential that they can claw back some of that armor when the Raven goes on reload.
Yeah, it will be incredibly big if this Tempest dies before the reload. The Raven is still firing. The Tempest is still repping, still getting some auger reps. The Kitsune dies suddenly, and the Raven is on reload now, I think. Nope, still firing. This Tempest might very well die. It will be down to the Drake getting the rest of the damage. The Jackdaw just entirely does not switch to defensive mode and dies in seconds.
Just watching. I think I was wrong about the rapid heavies too. I should have just zoomed in on the Raven. I was just looking at the missile effects. It looks like it is in fact torpedoes.
Yeah, those are 3 pointy things sticking out of the Raven. The Raven actually fires like 47 kilometers spaced with torpedoes. And that Magus, I can't imagine that it would take enough applied damage to die here. I feel like that Raven should just shoot the Prophecy Navy at this point. But the Drake...
It's important to note that I think the Magus is grappled by the Raven, or at least webbed by one of these two ships here. It's probably a web, as the speed isn't dropping the closer the Raven gets, but that will be helping the Raven apply, but probably just not enough to break through that auger reps, like you were saying.
I really feel like that Magus is just kind of troll baiting them at this point. Like, they think that they might kill it. They just aren't going to kill it. And at this point, they spend so much time on the Magus, like, they could have killed something more substantial. Like, even if the end of the match, the carries and the Magus and the Og are alive, like, those 3 ships put out, like, no damage. And they could have halved the enemy damage by killing a Prophecy Navy.
I do think the other issue that you have to take into account is the fact that with the carries on grid and the fact that the damps are able to lower the lock range and thus lower how far out you can shoot, each ship that the SLX team loses means that there are more damps available to go on the surviving ships, and that makes it very hard when you're down to, the Drake Navy and the Raven to shoot anything but the Magus, because it's the only thing that you can lock.
Yeah, that is a good point for sure. That Raven, assuming he has a weapon of paint and maybe something else in his mids, might not have a SIBO, in which case he's locking 12 kilometers with that carries on field.
Yeah, it's unlikely that he's going to have that sensor booster because, by nature of being shield fit, a lot of those mid slots are going to be dedicated towards tank. So whether that's shield extenders, of which shield ships can fit 2, or at least battleships can fit 2, or the ancillary shield booster, of which it can fit 1, that's already 3 slots taken, not including any multi-spectrum kind of shield hardeners that you may have, cap booster that you may have, micro warp drive or tackle, all things that are going to be taking up the slots that you would want to put a sense booster in. So yeah, very likely no real way to counter the carry's damps, and we just see the Raven being chipped away here. Do you think that there was anything that the SLX team, the Raven team, could have done to change the outcome of this particular match here?
I think the carries needed to die sooner. I think that the Jackdaw is such a threat to a carries, being very hard to damp itself, that I'm surprised that the carries wasn't stressed more early, but...
Yeah, I think that makes absolute sense. The match has concluded with this Raven's destruction here. You can see the explosion very nicely on your screen. And once that's done, we're going to throw this back to the analyst desk.
We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crash our enemies.
Your dams are completely damped out.
Crash.
I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look at a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Perfect. Welcome back, guys. All right. Man, I think we're seeing a pattern. Armor setups are being strong. Shield?
First
No,
match.
It does. Yeah. I don't know. Graybill, what are you thinking? First match, Shield won. The last two have been really, really armor heavy.
Yeah, I think.
Thoughts?
Yeah, the armor setups looked much more refined in the last two matches, I would say, especially in this one. Yeah, looked just like there was more of a plan than to rush in and apply torpedoes or heavy assault missiles to your opponent, which the Shadow Legion, which was the Corpman here on Thunderdome, tried to do. But then a little interesting fact here, they didn't bring a hyena this time, and they brought a bellicose for the target painters.
That was an interesting choice. Honestly, I was looking at it and going, okay, how's this gonna, this is new. They made a choice, and I don't know if it hurt them. I don't know if it necessarily helped them, but it was a choice, and they committed to it. I do see, hey, they went a lot at all DPS drones and no Logi drones. They stuck with their single Logi. I mean,
Yes.
Thoughts on
Both
that?
teams
I
did
do
that.
think yeah. First couple matches we saw some Logi drones. I think Logi drones might have an edge just to be that extra reps, considering that there's only one Logi. But that Vedmak, do you think it was worth bringing, giving trig ships take the time to spool?
Yeah, I think honestly it was better picked than the Bellicose there. See, the Vedmak has the potential to bust through any Logi reps over time, as long as it survives. Whereas the Bellicose, like, what are you giving up to get basically a target painter and a bit of damage? You're giving up either a lot of damage from Vedmak, you're giving up a lot of tank from Hicks. It is a very aggressive pick to, like, give up all of that for your one Bellicose, where you could just pick a hyena and do that for a much cheaper price. That was a pick. That was a choice of all time. I don't know if I'd be the one willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree.
I am 100% with you.
And bringing the Kitsune instead of something else, like an hyena, for example, or a Keras, which we saw was very effective. I think that was well, it's kind of a shield tank, but you still have the ECM mods to fit, so it's not really tanky anyway. And a Vedmak wipes the floor with any Evo frigate it can decently close to. So that Kitsune didn't live that long in this match to have really an impact.
No.
So
yeah, and honestly, I think maybe it was a mistake to bring a Kitsune. It hasn't been so strong so far. Yeah, it's definitely a choice that we're seeing. That Prophecy Navy, that was at 0 pretty much the entire fight.
Yep,
were
it's a
they
bait.
trying to use it as bait?
Absolutely. It is the tankiest thing there, and it's just like, hey, shoot me. Don't shoot the Tempest over there. Shoot me. And they didn't take the bait until the end, but when they did, they could have killed the Vedmak who was right next to them instead of shooting the Prophecy Navy. They're not as tanky, I believe, as the Tech 1 version,
they
I
had a
think.
chance.
They're still very tanky.
You know, I've used them to do some crazy stuff in, but really nothing like this. And they have some tank. I can agree with that. But so we saw another torpedo Raven without support. Is that
Well,
Bellicose?
Technically, the
I mean,
Bellicose was the support,
Yeah, the
I
Bellicose
would
was the
say.
support. I kind of missed that bit, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
deveps
mean, do
from
we
some
think
ships, but
that support was worth it?
No.
Really, with the stuff, it seemed like it failed.
Yeah, exactly. You basically lost a really good cruiser for a Bellicose there. Not a fan. Not a fan. Bring a Hyena, problem solved. They also went straight for the battleship rather than going for the Logi, which is a ballsy call. Rather than just deleting Logi, they went straight for the biggest, most DPS, most tanky ship they could find. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know. I guess we'll see. It does look like we need to move on to the bands, though. Next up, we have OSHA violators and the Lazy Piglets. The Lazy Piglets being Tuskers, Tuskers and Co., who seem to have a very good hand when playing in AT teams. They won last year's. I remember watching it. I was in the car in the passenger seat watching it and screaming at my phone. But yeah, it looks like they're up next. They've got some interesting bands. OSHA Violators has chosen to go with the Typhoon, the Armageddon, and the Vedmak. The Lazy Piglets, Tuskers, have voted to get rid of Tholos, Abaddon, and Armageddon. So we are seeing an early Tholos ban. That'll be interesting. So far, I haven't been impressed with the Tholos. Yes, it has done some damage, but it's been taken out. Thoughts on the bands?
I can actually see the bands to be able to remember what they are. Fortunately, I have to double check it repeatedly and it's screwing my brain. But a lot of heavy bands there. The Tholos is definitely interesting because it has the potential to be one of the most destructive ships on the grid. It also has potential to die in 5 seconds. So it's under a good pile. I suspect they're incredibly threatening.
yeah, some other bands we have here are the Armageddon, that's double banned again, and the Abaddon and the Typhoon. So very top-heavy bands again. So I guess teams have seen some comps which are usually, I would say, armor in that scenario. Yeah, the Abaddon and Abaddon, surely armor comps, which they didn't like in the practices, so they just banned it.
I got it back. Yeah. Also, the so it looks like OSHA also banning the Vedmak dilutes a lot of DPS, and the Typhoon as well is a pretty mobile battleship as well. So that's a lot of DPS control and also just kiting ships destroyed. Whereas Mirror banning out the Abaddon, I think it's probably the first Abaddon ban we've seen. The Abaddon can be incredibly threatening because it could be the tankiest ship on grid without even repairing itself. So they can always be a threatening ship in low number formats. So banning that out's a very smart idea. I wonder if that means they're either bringing a lower DPS comp or if they're bringing the opposite, actually, and just trying to rush through things. Because the Abaddon's usually a giant wall to rushes. Few options.
Well, it does look like the teams have popped in the arena, and wow, I think we're in for a good match. Let's go ahead and pass it over to the commentators.
Welcome back to the arena. We have OSHA Violators versus the Lazy Piglets, and it looks like, again, we have a shield versus an armor setup. Dujak, looking at these two teams, who do you think is going to be taking it today?
If I didn't know who was flying, I might have said the shield team, but I don't believe that in my heart of hearts anymore. I think that the Hyperion having longer range guns is a good thing. Let's see what the Raven is packing.
Yeah,
This
it
Raven
looks.
has Torps. So it's kind of rushy, I guess. I guess that the Shield team is going to rush, and they're doing exactly what happened in the last match. They're going to lose their Osprey really fast.
It does seem like teams are falling into the trap. I said that bringing a Hyperion is one of the traps that teams could fall into when it's Blaster Fit. Obviously, Rails kind of neutralizes the argument a little bit with the projection inability on the Hyperion. But Torp Raven also seems to be one of the traps that teams are falling into. It does a lot of damage, which is very good in a 6v6 setup, but it does mean that you have to be within basically punching distance of the enemy ship. We do see that the Prophecy Navy has been pinned down and is being shot, but it's one of the tankiest ships on the grid, so they're not breaking through it at this moment in time.
Yeah, Estimal got around and away, and the Stray Dog is taking all the damage that was meant for him, and he's not getting sufficient reps to stay alive. And that's their links. There's a lot of damage. Their links will be there a little bit until they fall off, but that Prophecy Navy isn't taking any more damage, and they're back to losing their Osprey.
Yeah, for those of you watching the stream, you can see the carriers at the bottom of your screen with a long line kind of just beaming upwards. That's the damps going onto the Osprey that just died. Those damps are now freed up to be put onto the rest of the OSHA team. But what that actually meant is that the Osprey wasn't able to lock anyone on his team. So there were no reps coming out. It meant that the Drake Navy that went down at the very beginning couldn't get reps. And yeah, it just shows how impactful these damps are.
I think that the Lazy Piglets have hedged their bets rather well here. They have long-range projection. They have some E-War to keep them alive from the carries. They have links from the Magus. And going for a long-range Hyperion compared to going for any of the other rail battleships that Galente might have, they're better against rushy things, or even a Torp Raven, in that Hyperions do pack a lot of tank for themselves. Like, I think that you could easily put an Abaddon in place of this Hyperion, but the Hyperion is faster, gets more mids, so I like their setup. I think that they showed that they were willing to project, and they were willing to swap once their initial target ran away.
Yeah, Mirror is known for being one of the kind of wacky setup enjoyers when it comes to the Alliance tournament itself, bringing some fairly unique setups and executing in ways that other teams haven't necessarily thought of trying to execute in, or just, don't feel comfortable doing. So, some of his greatest hits might have been the armor cycling fleet issues and claymores that he used to run, when you could have E-War on any ships. So you'd have all of the mids packed with tracking disruptors instead of tank, for example. That kind of thing. So seeing Mirror bring the Hyperion, the Prophecy Navy issue that we've seen other teams running so far, does lend itself to the fact that this is probably one of the meta setups, at least for now. But it is also the Feeders weekend. So I do expect that these are setups that teams are happy showing at the moment, and they might have some other stuff up their sleeves later.
Yeah, we're going to get the Tech1 Sentry, Dami, Myrmidon combo at some point, I guess. Just prove that you can still snipe somebody's Logi from 100 kilometers away, regardless of the penalties imposed on what drones you can bring.
We do see some complaints coming out from the local chat about ECM drones being very strong and getting multiple jams. Again, something that's viable in this tournament, and with fewer people, the ECM drones can be very impactful. But as that last ship goes down, we will be throwing it back to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about what we just watched.
Actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm going to go join.
the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
All right. What a match. I know I say this, but man, they had it. They had it. Now, what are you guys thinking of those ECM drones?
I hate them. How dare they exist? They should be removed from Eve.
Hey, they seem to put in some work. They seem to put in some work. Some really, really nice screening from the Tuskers Devoter. What are we thinking about that Rail Hyperion on top of that?
I have to talk about this so much.
Man.
This made me smile like a child.
Yes.
So, Mira's the
Go
one
off.
in the rail hype. Mira flew a rail Vindicator back in 2020, and we all laughed our nuts off about it, saying this is so like, what the hell is this? Mira being Mira. Here he comes back, bringing a rail hype and winning again. And honestly, in a way, in this format, rail hype is not a terrible idea. The hype can't face tank anymore because it only has one repper, but that bonus rep at range, if whatever damage hits him, it can actually obviously tank it. So it's an idea. It's not actually a horrible idea. So it's both a good memory for me, a good meme idea, and seems pretty functional. But this is why you got to fear Tuskers. They can bring weird comps. So happy for it.
I mean, that's the equivalent of we have the Vindicator at home version.
Hey. How dare you?
I know Vindicators are very, very popular. It seemed to be close to your heart, but hey, we have Vindicators at home. Looks like we're bringing in Rail Hyperions for this. Absolutely happy. We're seeing a repeat of the Bait Prophecy Navy. That's honestly not something that I was expecting. I love to see it.
And a double bit of respect to Jason Osrin, the man of legendary fame. He went straight in front of them, said, please guys, come after me, shoot me, and they obliged. And unfortunately, you're not pushing through a Prophecy Navy. It is very tanky.
Yeah,
He shook that Prophecy Navy and said, come at me.
Yeah, the Prophecy Navy has definitely the low slots to do to sport a really nice tank, right? And it also gets the armor bonus to hit points. So it's even if you're in a Torp Raven and Hem Drake Navy, it's not the best target to shoot, especially if the Augurer in the back is still alive and just pumps out reps and keeps the Prophecy Navy healthy.
I don't want to be mean when I say
just
this.
Another shout out to Tuskers.
Just want to quickly say, I don't want to be mean when I say this, all right? But I feel like at this point, it's starting to look like the Torp Raven is a noob trap. Because it's like, oh, big damage. It's the old Dominic's Navy days where it's big damage. We can do this. And it's like, yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, big number good, right?
Big number gabur.
Yeah.
But application is also a thing.
I will say, I love Tuskers' nod to their names with the full pink all fleet.
That wasn't Tuskers.
That wasn't. Oh dear lord.
That wasn't Tuskers. Nope.
That was
that was the match before.
Oh, well, okay. I was about to be like, somebody poked me and was like, we were all pink, and I'm just like, but I missed it. Oh my god, it went over my head. But
confusing
the
people
full
again.
rail hype. You know, he's that may be his job. That's okay. All right. So it does look like next up we have Nanite Toothpaste and Submissive and Booshable. Now, Nanite Toothpaste going with Typhoon, Raven, and Tholos for their bans. Submissive and Bushable going with carries, Orthrus, and Sentinel. Very much going anti-E-War on that. I will just say I love the team name. I think it's hilarious as all get out. And hopefully they use the arena to their advantage and living up to their name.
Typhoon Raven ban. Okay. The one ban that doesn't make sense to me is an Orthrus ban. Why? We haven't even seen an Orthrus yet. I'd rather ban an Onyx if I was thinking this way. The Onyx is basically, in this scenario, a better Orthrus because it has a 20k scram in it, and it has a T2 resist profile. I'm not sure about the Orthrus ban, but maybe someone in chat smarter than me.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Having not quite seeing a comp where the Orthrus is really an essential part that you need to ban it. But maybe it's just mind games at this point. And they're trying to confuse the opponents.
It's 2015.
It is very early.
PTSD. Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. It's very much very early, and I'm curious to see what other mind games we continue to have.
Maybe they know a pilot on the opposing team that loves flying Orthrus, so it's just banning him and no one else.
Yeah, like a personal
Maybe
offense
just,
to someone. So
How
they get
dare
angry
you.
and fly less good. Like
Yeah.
trash talking a local, but doing it with bans. That's speaking from my experience in the Lions tournament. That's actually something that can happen. Yeah, like not the trash talking, the bans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen trash talking or smack talk trained up to level 5 yet. Which I'm glad everybody's keeping it clean. I'm glad everybody's having a good time and keeping good fights in local and good lucks. And I'm still waiting for when we have that moment of somebody having smack talk trained up to level 5.
Well, Phantomite at least already declared a win in chat. Even the match hasn't even started yet, so I guess he's a big optimist in that regard.
Yep, it does look like Phantomite coming across strong, making a bold prediction that the submissive and bushable, also known as the tag Uwu, are going to come across and take this win. Only the arena will tell, only the time will find out. Depends on comps, depends how they land, and depends on if we see any mistakes.
I was going to quick mention as well that Phantomite is also going to be casting later. So if he loses this, you get to give him absolute grief for it.
I think we can maybe extend our shit talk or smack talk to level 5 just for him for maybe a joke or two. We'll see how we can get away with it. But looks like the teams have landed, and my goodness, I think this will surprise people. Let's go ahead and throw it over to commentary.
Welcome to the arena. We have Submissive and Bushable, and they have brought a Maelstrom. That's not something that I've seen a lot, but I suspect they might be at least slightly rushing here. What do you think, Misty?
I think these two setups are fairly interesting. The Maelstrom itself is a fairly tanky ship, and autocannons can hit out a decent way with barrage, so not too surprising to see. The rest of the lineup is pretty in keeping with other kind of setups that we've seen so far. The thing that I wanted to draw attention to is the presence of the Ashimu and also the Maulus. Now, the Maulus is one that I find interesting because there's no difference between bringing a Keres and a Maulus in terms of the points or the setup limitations. And the Maulus has one less mid slot than the Carries does, so there's less damps that can come out from it. Every single person on Thunderdome has max skills, which means that the skill limitations aren't going to be a factor here. So I was wondering, Dujek, why do you think that they brought a Maulus here?
I was refreshing to see if it was banned, to be honest. The carries, I mean. I think that's the only reason that I can really think of.
You are smarter than I am. That is a very good point, and that is why it is not on grid. There we go. Look at that. That's why you are the money man.
The Mollis is definitely annoying the submissive and Bushable team to the point where they're trying to kill it, but they're getting some stuff on top of the Abaddon. Like the broadsword is really the main reason why the submissive team is rushing, because arty broadswords are not really a thing, even though the Ferox Navy and the Maelstrom could shoot far, the broadsword cannot, and they've just piled on to Diabolique and the Abaddon, and they're trying to take him out. And I think this is going pretty well for them. Like, they're up against a team that does significantly less damage, and unlike the two previous matches, they've not lost their Osprey yet.
Yeah, and we can see here that even though the Osprey is slowly dying, there are some shield bots on the Osprey. These are drones that you can have in the rest of your setup from the Maelstrom or from the Ferox Navy issue that will give the ship that you put them on some remote wraps. Very small compared to a normal remote wrap that you could fit to your logistics ship, but still able to keep those ships alive a little bit longer, give them a little bit more hit points, and really drag their deaths out to give you more time to put the rest of your comp to use. And we see that they have the Abaddon in half armor here, slowly chipping away at it, and that Ferox Navy is dropping fairly
Yeah, he's an Ansel fit for sure. Does not have a lot of buffer, but he's also not Anseling himself sufficiently, and the Abaddon is not going down anymore. So they're trying to get the Augurer down, but they won't have enough damage by the time that they've killed the Augurer, regardless, I think.
So I will admit I went all in with my Twitch channel points on Submissive and Booshable because I thought it was a hilarious name, and boy do I regret my bet now. We will see if they're able to pull it back now that the Augur has gone down, but that was exchanged for a Ferox Navy issue, which is a fairly high price to pay. But it does mean that any damage that the Submissive and Booshable team puts out now will not be wrapped up.
Yeah, Shiva and the Jackdaw is going to try to kill Asher and the Magus. They go down exactly at the same time. The links won't fall off immediately, and the Puce Moose, shout out to my favorite name in the tournament, is going to basically just have a showdown against this Abaddon and see whose tank runs out first. And I kind of suspect the Maelstrom is going to lose out against lasers sooner than the Abaddon loses out against autocannons.
Yeah, we see here the Ashimu currently being shot by the Maelstrom and the Broadsword. That's because it has newts and nozes going on both the Broadsword and the Maelstrom at this point in time. One of the things that we need to consider is the longer that a match goes on, the more that the Ashimu's newts and nozes will be felt, because there's a limited number of cap boosters that these ships can carry in their cargo holds. Now, with a Maelstrom, I don't expect that he will be ancillary fit. I think that this is going to be a normal extra large shield booster with cap boosters, or a cap booster, sorry, to keep it going. But the Ashimu is really going to be the thing that puts a dent in that plan. So that's why I think they're shooting the Ashimu right now.
The Maelstrom has obviously stopped to kill the Ashimu and is now probably going to speed up to get somewhere and do something important. But that was really, you can't lose 80% of your shields killing that on the way to 1v1ing an Abaddon, figuratively speaking, because the Puce Moose is just going to die. Like, there's no way a broadsword and a jag take out an Abaddon. Like, they had to kill the Abaddon and then lean on their tank afterwards if they were going to take this down. I just don't see any chance right now.
It really does seem to be the case that Puce Moose isn't really moving, isn't really boosting. I think that there may either be an issue with the mid slots where a couple of them may be offline due to being burnt, or he's just given up. And I'm thinking it's more the first option. I think that with the stress of tanking against the Abaddon, the Prophecy Navy, and also dealing with the newts coming in from the Ishimu, the module management may have been a little bit lacking, leading to the fact that, no Mike Court drive there.
Yeah. I like there are some things that people who play Eve but don't play on Thunderdome aren't used to. And that is how module heat and how drones work specifically. It just requires a bit more finesse on Thunderdome. Like, you are going to have the server tick skip feeling once in a while where suddenly you've taken one more tick of heat damage than you were anticipating and burn out, or your drones return to you when you had set them on a target. Like, these are things that you get used to when you are a tournament player, and you will get better at flying the game, and you will be better at module management. And up until then, like, it's easy to make a mistake and burn something out, especially in a high pressure situation.
Yeah, I agree completely. And at the moment, we're just watching a broadsword chipping away, or trying to chip away, at the Abaddon at this moment in time. The Maulus is going down very, very slowly. We've seen that. I think the Maulus perhaps capped out or burnt its prop mod because it was caught by the Jaguar that was a fair bit slower than it before. So now we're just going to see the Maulus potentially go down eventually. There are some heavy armor rep bots. It doesn't have a local rep. That's why you're seeing the Maulus getting some of its armor back. So, don't be too surprised if we do see some of those, see its armor kind of ping pong a little bit, but I do expect it to go down shortly here. We are in an interesting situation where a broadsword is very naturally tanky against lasers, and lasers are the only thing that the Toothpaste team have left. What do you expect the outcome to be of this match in 3 minutes' time?
I don't think the broadsword is killing the Abaddon in that time. I don't actually know if the Abaddon has large Ansel repair, but they're just gonna win on points regardless. Like, the broadsword doesn't, like, it's not good enough to kill the Abaddon with the Jaguar dead. It actually has to be the last ship standing, because both the Prophecy and the Abaddon are more points expensive ships than it. And it doesn't have the paper damage to do so. Even if the Abaddon and the Prophecy Navy were to go AFK at this point, I don't think that they would lose.
It does very much seem to be the case that for the next 2 minutes, we're going to be watching the Abaddon with its own little drone in a broadsword shape, kind of just orbiting around it for a bit, while the broadsword tries to shoot the Abaddon with hail. One of the things about armor ships as well, something to keep in mind, is that there is a module in the game that allows the armor ship. I'm trying to remember the exact name of it. You may be able to help me, Dujek. It's the armor resistance module that phases to the damage that you are taking.
Reactive armor hardener?
There we go. It reacts to the damage that you are taking. So it's called the reactive armor hardener. Incredible creativity there. With that kind of in mind, in a tournament setting, these reactive hardeners can be pretty strong, especially when, in this case, you may be shot by hail. You run that armor hardener, and it means that eventually you're going to have very high resistances to both kinetic and explosive, which I believe are the damage types that the broadsword would be doing in this case. So it does make it a lot harder to kill you, but not impossible, as we can see with the Abaddon slowly dropping over time here.
Yeah, the broadsword's best ammo against the Abaddon also hits the worst against it after a while. Like, it just isn't worth, when you have to do kinetic regardless, to swap out to do that. You just have to bite the bullet and fire more bullets into the Abaddon. I think that Senihil killing the Abaddon, which is looking somewhat likely now, is also quite the moral victory. I think that like, in a tournament situation like this, even if you knew who was going to win, you're still playing it out for the cool story of 1v2ing, even though the Abaddon is now actually gaining hit points again. It has one squad of
Time.
It's got some
Yep.
heavy armor maintenance bots on it, I think.
That is indeed the case, and it looks like the Abaddon has survived until time. We see the ships being sent on home to get ready for the next match, and we'll send it back to the analyst desk so we can get ready too.
Actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
Perfect. So welcome back, guys. Man, let's see. So questionable to try to shoot the Abaddon and trade it for the Osprey. I was not expecting.
Yeah, like
What do y'all think of that?
yeah, I think what Submissive and Pushable tried there to shoot through the Abaddon, even when you have a Maelstrom right on top of it with autocannons, doesn't quite work when still the Logi is up in the back and yeah, just wraps it. And meanwhile, your opponent can shoot the Osprey, so you then end up again, as we have seen a lot in the past, in a DPS race against your opponent, and that was definitely in favor of Nana Toothpaste in that part. They also took their time to get on top of or get rid of the opposing Osprey of Submissive and Pushable, which is a great team name, by the way, but it didn't help them very much in this situation. So the issue with shooting an Abaddon is basically it has a ton of hit points, can easily fit a plate, and yeah, gets a passive bonus to resistances. So reps on it are even stronger than on a regular spaceship.
Yeah, no, that was a close match. That was a really close match. Do you think do either of you think the broadsword shooting the medium Logi drones, repping the Abaddon, could have made a difference?
Yeah, but that being said, though, he would then have to chase down the Prophecy Navy, which is unlikely. So could he have maybe got the Abaddon? Yeah, maybe. Would it have actually changed the match? Probably not.
Probably not. Next up, we do have a little bit something different. We're having a group of 3. So this will be a best of 3. This is the first of best of 3. This is Yeet Fleet Elite versus Rage Sub Cancel Quit. It is best of 3 because a team did drop out less than half an hour before the starting. Everybody's in groups of 3, playing every other team in their group. 2-0, they go straight through to the next rounds. If both teams win one, it goes to a tiebreaker, and that'll be tomorrow on Sunday. And then, of course, 0-2 means that they are out of the Charity Cup. All right, so let's go ahead and go to their bans. It does look like that Rage Sub Cancel Quit has gone through to Abaddon, Typhoon Tholos. Yeet Fleet Elite has gone Sentinel, Hyena Armageddon. This is the first Hyena ban that we're seeing. Any quick thoughts on bans before we turn it over as the fleets are in the arena?
Well,
I'm just looking forward.
Yeah, Foon and Geddon again. I don't really like it, but let's
Highness
see how they
Sentinel,
play.
main Evil bands as well. Abaddon again, armor band. It's a lot of obvious bands. There's nothing here that screams something weird.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Where are y'all throwing your points on this match?
Rage Quit, they're fun.
It is.
They're always good fun.
It's there. Rage Quit is fun from what I've seen. It'll be a good time. Perfect.
Right, let's go to the arena.
Hello, hello, welcome back for another exciting match. We have Rage Quit Council sub against Yeet Fleet Elite. Dujak, we see a Roke on grid. Which team do you think is going to be taking it home on this one?
I absolutely will never bet on the blasters against the rails, and I think Rage Quit are going to.
There we go.
Long range beat Yeet Fleet into submission here, while the Hyperion tries to both get in range and get in lock range, I should say, of being able to do any damage.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the positions that both teams came in here. The Roke came in at about 20 kilometers from the beacon, whereas the Hyperion went at 0. It does make it a little bit easier for the Hyperion to burn in and try and tackle something down at the very beginning, but we can see it taking quite the pounding at the moment from the Rage Quit Council sub-team.
Yeah, I mean, a Rogue packs a lot of damage, as the Ferox Navy and Phantasm. Like, they're going for the easy way out here. Deplete the nanite paste in the Repper, and then deplete the hit points after that. Like, the Hyperion is still bleeding through reps slowly now. It will be faster later.
One thing to note, and it may not necessarily be obvious for the audience at home, but there are 2 carries on grid, and it looks like Nicholas has indeed won the E-War war. The damps are currently on Lassay in the carries, meaning that Lassay is unable to get their damps out to impact the Rage Quit Council sub-team. We do see a Vigilant going down at this moment in time, not known for being tanky ships. They do a lot of damage, they have really good 90% webs to stop people from moving, but they do kind of fall apart if you sneeze on them, so...
Yeah, after a relatively long time of obscurity, the combination of an Exec Navy nerf and the format changes meant that we are suddenly seeing them more now, and we had seen them a lot in the previous tournament. And the Exec of Pat Pew Pew is taking a decent amount of damage, and Rage Quit are just not being stressed much at all here. They're keeping their respectful distance from the dangerous and pointy parts of Yeet Fleet, and flying well.
Yeah, the reason the Exec is actually taking so much damage at the moment is because Nicholas won the damp war at the very beginning, which is what we were just talking about. He could put additional damps onto the Execura when the Vigilant was being shot, forcing the Execura to burn into range to try and lock the Vigilant to save it. And because it burned in so close as the Vigilant died, they were able to swap to the Execura, executing properly by calling the correct targets at the right time. And now we see the Hyperion, no reps behind it, just sitting there taking damage at this moment in time. I don't see any other way that the Yeet Fleet Elite could get back into this game at this moment in time. I'm not sure if you're of the same opinion, Dujak.
I don't think they could. Like, the damps are spread or are focused too heavily now. There's no amount of catching people that can be done, and Blood Cannon and the Hyperion couldn't one-on-one toast Rod and the Roke even if he wanted to anymore.
Yep, I think we're at the point in this match where unless an execution mistake or positioning mistake really kind of impacts the Rage Quit fleet, we're not going to see any boundaries here. Everyone's in the middle of the arena. Furthest person is 84 kilometers away. So it's
Yeet,
just a case of grinding through what's left.
Yeet Fleet would have to really live up to their name, have snuck a micro jump field generator in on that Magus and boosh the entire Rage Quit team out of the arena to get away with anything anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a case of maybe trying to go for a boundary record, but even then, Kurogame is not moving at all. Pinned down, being shot. It is just a matter of time. But we do see that, the desk was discussing that armor setups really seem to be running with it today. But it seems like the major issue that Shield Comps, the mistake that they're making is bringing anything but a Rogue.
Yeah, the Rogue is powerful. It's so much better than it was this time last year as well, with the tracking and damage buffs. And with that, we're done with the match, and we're going back to the analysts after probably a small ad break.
From thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
And we're back. Wow. Okay, so we definitely see a Sol Blaster Hyperion of Yeet. That's different than Rails. What are we thinking the difference of which is going to be stronger in this, Rails or Blaster?
Very situational. Very situational. Remember that Mirror is a mad scientist, so bringing a Rail Hyperion is something only he was likely to do for a while. Everyone else has brought blasters and just either used it at range or rushed in. So I don't know if we're going to see more Rail Hyperions, but a Blaster Hyperion versus a Blaster Rogue, now that is a match for me. I love a good Blaster fight.
Yeah.
However, that match was lost the
And
moment
the
the
fact that
Vigilant
you
went in
had
too early.
Yeah, that was a heart race moment for me. He went in alone and he decided to make the choice. Is this maybe something of experience versus newer teams? Rage Quit. There are some very experienced names on this team versus Yeet, and I haven't heard too many of the Yeet names.
So I want to say, it's not like he did the wrong thing there. It's that he went a little too early. He outran his Logi, went straight to the enemy team in a Vigilant, which is not a tanky ship. They are one of the least tanky blaster rushing ships. So he did the right thing. We need this Vigilant to tackle things. But he went basically a bit too fast, a bit too early, on his own, and kind of got killed before the Hyperion can get on target. So, right idea, not the best execution, but as you said, experience. Rage Quit are a somewhat experienced team. They have Alliance tournament experience. They know what they're doing.
Yes,
So this is how you learn.
You could really see that in that match when the Rock pulled range, despite it being a blaster ship, right? Usually with blasters, you want to be in the face of someone. But if you have a mixed comp as Rich Cancels Up had, like the Ferox Navy issue, piloted by Damasus Kadesh, also a rather experienced guy in tournaments, and he had a rail-fitted Ferox Navy issue, which could just chip away at range. Meanwhile, the other team just still burning into position, but basically taking 3 damage during that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the experience of teams that have been in the AT before, I think that something as the tournament or the cup continues to go along, I think that's something that will will definitely show more. And the Rogue, 100% right win. So far, I was surprised that we've seen it as much as we have, but honestly, I'm here for it. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, the Rogue is going to be an interesting pick. It's like it's in my mind, it's tied with the Maelstrom for the most tanky shield tank ship. The Maelstrom is a bit more self-sufficient, but the Rogue can just resist and then be wrapped up by Logi, and it has a boatload of mids, so you can do a lot of weird things with it. So it's got potential in tournaments like this and not anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm honestly I'm thinking it might be kind of a dark horse in this tournament. All right. It does look like we've got some pretty, at least a very experienced team coming up in the next round with Odin's Call Me Maybe. They have a history of being a very strong AT team, and they're going against Certified Tentacle. It's a very, very new Cowmill team, and I'm wondering if we can see their maybe their lack of experience play in their favor, or if it'll be their downfall.
And experience does tend to
It
tell. It
does.
tends to give you a big leg up. But you can still make an upset if you practice enough.
Yeah, especially in the feeders, we have seen people or teams that we have never seen before, like coming up with something very special or very unexpected, and just catching even experienced teams off guard and confusing them basically with their comps and ideas, and just winging it.
Yeah, and I like the idea of a Cinderella story win. I think, we'll see. We'll see as the cup goes on. Certified Tentacle has banned the Armageddon, the Typhoon, and the Tholos. Odin's Call Me Maybe going with the Armageddon, seeing a double Armageddon band. This round, the Sentinel and the Crucifier. So it does look like they're going a little bit of E-War, a little bit of disruption. We'll see how it plays out.
Oh,
So, who are y'all putting points on for this one? Honestly, so far, it looks like Odin's Call Me Maybe is a very heavy favorite. Very heavy favorite with chat.
Let me just empty the bank account. Hold on a minute. I'll see every point I have into Odin's. There we go. Perfect.
I fear I'm with you on that one. I kind of low-key hope for a kite setup with tracking disruptors band here. That would be fun to see.
Remember, use ECM. Oh no. No.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll give it a shot and see how these bands affect, what they bring. See if maybe Odin's Call gets surprised. I don't think with their experience they will be. I think they'll be okay. But would I absolutely love to see a Cinderella story? Absolutely, it's everybody's dream.
I just want to say as well, I have a bit of extra respect for the Odin's Call guys, because in TQ, they stood by as I murdered a GM and then did not kill me after. They just sat and watched. So thank you so much, Odins. I love you for that forever.
Hey, if you get the ability to get one of those bodies, that is the best chance.
I just enjoyed the kill mail with a confessor killing an Onyx.
That's acceptable. That's
a fun one.
Amazing. All right. So with a very heavy favorite on Odin's Call, from the chat, definitely does look like everybody is so far with an 84 to 16%. Very heavily leaned. Everybody's going ahead and getting ready to get into the arena. They're landing now. Interesting, and let's go ahead and pass it over to our commentators.
Nope, not yet. They're still not here yet. You jumped the gun a wee bit.
I did. I tend to do. It looks like I jumped the gun just a smidge.
There you go. Now you're good.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and cut to let's let the commenters go.
Hello and welcome to the arena. We have finally gotten the Abaddon Prophecy Navy AUG combo we were thinking about instead of weird ass Mira comps, and Odins are going to put that to good effect against something that looks weird to my eyes. Explain to me, Misty, why I think that's weird.
Well, we're seeing a few ships for the first time. I don't think we've seen an Orthrus yet today. Don't think we've seen a Tempest yet today. Maybe wrong on that point. Scythe is also a fairly interesting ship to bring. Typically, we've been seeing Ospreys. I think they are somewhat tankier, and also I think do slightly more reps or put out slightly more reps than the Scythe does. However, the Scythe does have the ability to move very quickly, which means even though it's likely to get shot at the start here by the Abaddon and the Prophecy Navy issue, due to them probably having pulses with like Scorch loaded, it will be able to move out of range pretty quickly, which might keep it alive. But with a Carries paired up on the Odin's team, it does mean that it will not be able to put reps out on the Orthrus, the Tempest, or the Ferox Navy issue should they be shot.
I think there's some certified tentacle rush going on here. I'm also surprised that they just randomly put an Orthrus in with all the guns they have, and that Orthrus isn't having a particularly good day. He's going to have to turn around quickly before he himself is entombed.
The Orthrus is making the correct call here to try and trade itself for the carries, but I don't think it's going to live long enough to actually fulfill its purpose here. The Orthrus does have some utility because of its light missiles and its speed of trying to go after the squishier lower end of setups. But yeah, with the damps coming out, it has to get so close and it gets dragged into range of the rest of the tentacle team, which means that it just has a hard time staying alive.
I don't hate the certified tentacles choice of trying to kill Aethel, and she's tanking pretty fine. It's a lower impact choice. If she dies, they have an easier kill, but less damage is off the table. They're simultaneously killing the carries of Martin Conrad. They might get a 2-for-1 here, trading for the Scythe, bringing this back to a 4 against 4. And then I think we'll see that Erd Void Daughter's effect on this matchup is going to be all the bigger.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Scythe of Lady did go down, but what you perhaps didn't see on stream is the fact that the Scythe burned back in when the Ferox Navy was being shot to get reps off, but it continued to burn past the fight and away to try and draw out its death for as long as possible. It didn't overstay its welcome in the middle of the arena, just doing a little bit of a drive-by to keep the teammate alive in the Ferox Navy. So a very good play. Unfortunately, went down towards the end, but it did potentially give the rest of the Tentacles team enough time to start making progress on the Prophecy Navy issue, take down the carries, and also put some damage into the Augur as well.
I think Trip is closer to dying than Aethel is here, despite having more paper hit points. Not being repped is a problem. And
It do
at
be
this
that way,
point,
huh?
yeah, really. I don't think Aethel is actually going to die at all.
Yeah, the Tempest isn't necessarily known for being the strongest shield tanking ship when it comes to active reps. It can be fairly good when it's buffer fit. You do have the 2 shield extenders that you can fit to shield ships, but that does rely on having a logistic ship to keep you alive. With the Scythe going down, it does mean that there are no reps coming in for the Tentacle team, so they have to make use of the hit points they do have, and those are quickly being depleted.
I was sent a message while we were casting here asking, do we think that the people who certified the Tentacles of Chaos are accredited?
Say that again, sorry?
Like, who certifies Tentacles of Chaos was basically what I was asked. Like, are they a reputable organization?
I wouldn't say they're reputable. I mean, they don't also seem that chaotic at the moment. They seemed pretty put together in the way that they approach this match. So I'm thinking that, their branding may indeed be false advertisement, and I'm not sure if Evil Line has kind of the legal departments to bring a case against them for that.
I feel like the Kaldari would have the organization to do so. They just don't want to crack down on that in particular. Like they seem like the capitalist hellscape people that we know and love, and the tentacles are paying for their sins in an entirely different way by being shot, and then, well, we're not podding them in the arena, but if we could pod them, we might.
It does look like we're about to get the first boundary of the tournament, with the Stork deciding to speed things up a little bit for us, sending it out of the boundary, exploding to the devs. And with that last death, we should be able to throw it back to the analyst desk to see what they have to say.
Loved one been scammed in local? Has someone promised to double your risk? Have you been hit by a hypernet scheme? If you answered yes to any of these questions, it's time to set safety to red and fire back. Hi, I'm Lemmy W. Isk of Isk, Shogatsu, and Carbon Attorneys, Jita 44's premier litigation law firm. The time for being a victim? It's over. We will ensure that you get the restitution you deserve, and those who wronged you are punished. Don't choose some pencil-pushing, paralegal F1 monkey. Choose a legal FC who will jump through gates for you. Choose quality. Choose ISK.
Well, hey, we are back. Wow. Well, we did see the noobiness on display in this kind of tournament. Odin's Call, wow, brought their A game. So Grey Bell, the long range lasers, the Orthrus, with that EWAR, what are you thinking going forward that we're going to see more of, as far as what we've seen so far with the Hyena and carries?
Well, I guess we saw a lot of, or in previous matches, we saw some Hyenas doing very good jobs, tackling down and helping the application of their big hitters in the comp. Now we see the Keris or Nimolos in the previous matches doing quite a job and provoking a very not tanky ship like the Orthrus to go in and going far away from its logi and getting punished for it. So that's why I was so, or partly why I was so confused that it was banned in another match earlier today. I don't think the Orthrus has a big big advantage in this current format, but maybe I will be proven wrong in the future, and someone can figure out how to do it. I think you could see that the Odin's Call Me Maybe team just had a much more time or much more experience in the theory crafting bits in this specific match, at least.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be prepared, be ready from the get-go. Unfortunately, the Cowmill team, while yeah, they're named Chaos, I don't think they quite brought it. I don't think they brought it today. Wing that Jaguar pilot, man.
Yeah, I
Talk
just
to me
wanted to
about him.
point that one out. So the Jaguar pilot for, I think it was a Tentacle, His name was, what was his name? Let me just find his name again. Hold on a minute. Jacob Hart of
Morse
Moors.
Frogneck.
Exactly. I just want to say to Moors, man, you did some really good job there. Really good work there. He went in and tackled the Augur, then went after the carries, I think tackled it and killed it with the help of some drones as well. Then went back and re-tackled the Aug. The man was basically allowed to fly around tackling things. Now, fortunately, his Orthrus died too quick to be of use, but honestly, most of that team did not fly poorly, except for little tiny things, but that shows where Odin's is experienced, not where tentacles are horrible. Okay, that sentence did not come out correctly, but yeah, they honestly they flew very well. That Odin's just showing why they're an experienced team, and a big respect to Moors. Hopefully, see you tackling more things, my man. You did very well.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least he can tackle. Some groups, tackling is a skill.
Oh yeah, it's a mastery.
It's
It really
glad to
is.
see the proper tackle.
There is the few parts around that you can recognize by their tackling almost alone. If anyone remembers watching Casper 24 tackle things, that man can tackle the right ship at the right time and get away every time. So good tackling is a mastery skill, and Moors is on the road to that. He's doing very well.
Do definitely think he shows potential. I don't think that I don't think he should be discouraged from this. I hope that we see him in the future progressing in some formats. And maybe we see him in like AT22 or something, you know?
Yeah, we'll see how he goes.
All right. So it is that time. Thank you both, Mr. Graybill and Mr. Wingnut, for hanging out with me right now. But we are gonna go to a break.
You have one more to go, yeah?
Shoot.
You jumped the gun again. We got one more to go.
Gosh darn it, man!
I know. We got one more, but it's not a bad one.
Hey, we already had where the time change messed me up, and I thought the whole time change. Good lord, man, I need to get a watch. All right, so Mia Culpa selectively recruiting and Templis Calcif. It looks like another Calmill team potentially with Calcif.
And a legendary Cowmill team at that. Templars have had some amazing runs.
Yeah.
I would say they're on the downslide right now, but that's just because they were at the peak before. So everything's a downslide from there.
Yeah, you have to reach the top to fall again, right?
Man, I mean, maybe this is their comeback. I guess we'll see. Mia Culpa has banned the Celestis, the Carries, and Mollusk, going really hard on that anti-damp. Really not happy with those those damps. Templis Calcif going with the Sentinel, the Geddon, and the Dominix, which interesting choice. We haven't seen a Dominix ban yet, and
sorry to cut in. There are three
thoughts on
unique
the bands
bands.
while the teams.
Yeah, sorry. Dominic's, Mollusk, Celestis, all unique bands in this scenario. Curious what they're all for. Be a couple, as you said, fully damp ban. Dominic's ban, what are they worried about? That's the question we want to look into coming into this match. What is it they don't want to see?
So, in comps, what would a Dominix do in something like this? How damaging could a Dominix be? We've seen the Prophecy Navy. Would it be something similar?
Well, I guess with the Armageddon being banned by Templar's Kossov and the Dominix can act kind of like Armageddon. You can just put a lot of heavy newts in the top slots, and you get the drones. You don't get the missile launcher bonus from the Armageddon, but that's negligible damage, as Wingnut said earlier today. Yeah, I think we're gonna see what they're gonna do with it.
Okay. Well, it looks like the teams are ready. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to commentators, and let's enjoy our last match before the break.
Hello and welcome back to the final match before the break. Mia Culpa versus Templis Calcif. Two interesting comps on the grid. We do indeed see a Tholos alongside a Harbinger Navy issue and an Apocalypse, all ships that we haven't quite seen perform well in the case of the Tholos, but yet in the tournament for the Harbinger Navy and the APOC. Dujek, which team do you think is taking it?
I think Templars have it. I think that they are going to leverage their insanely good tracking to shoot out the Hyena and Tholos and try to keep away a little bit.
Now, do my eyes deceive me, Dujek, or is this yet another Torpedo Raven?
It is a Rush Raven. This is exactly the same comp that we saw from the first match, except for with a Hyena instead of Kitsune. And that Tholos is feeling that there's a lot of good tracking on the other team between the Vedmak Harbinger and Apocalypse, and is, I'm not going to call it too quickly, but having 5% hull often results in a timely death. And after running away for a second, they have indeed died.
It looks like the Kitsu managed to get a jam off at the very beginning, meaning that the Osprey was not able to rep the Tholos. The Tholos is a fairly tanky ship. It does have quite a few mids that it can dedicate towards shield extenders and multi-spectrum hardeners to make sure it's very tanky, but that means nothing when the Osprey cannot lock. So a very effective use of the Kitsune there, and we see here the Cyclone Fleet issue also going down with minimal to no reps coming in from the Osprey still.
Yeah, it's clear that you aren't applying your best damage if you're shooting Torps and Hams into a Vedmak regardless. Like, they're basically keeping this Vedmak alive through the damage share, and that's just on the back of bad application.
It is very, very depressing to see so many people relying on Torp Ravens, and you know it hasn't worked so far. There are so many other ships that you can bring in its place that still does a lot of damage, but has one, better range, and two, better application. So it is somewhat confusing to see so many teams bringing the Raven, especially when it doesn't mean that you have to change anything else in your comp to fit another ship in, right? The points are all the same. They only matter for the purpose of any tie breaks that may need to happen later on. So why do you think teams are focused so heavily on the Raven here?
I think there's actually one very logical explanation to that, and that is the opponents have to take a battleship, which is a feature of this tournament that doesn't exist in other tournaments. If you're up against people who are purely kiting, they normally don't take battleships. They just take fast battle cruisers and fast cruisers and run away from you with their infinite amount of webs. Here, people get the impression that a Raven is at least as fast as an APOC, therefore it must be able to keep itself within 47 kilometers of an APOC.
Oh no. A piloting error from the Raven. There was an excellent play at work, right? The Executor, was pinned down, allowing the Raven to burn in and apply its grappler, which it does have fit, but the Raven pilot burned directly past the Executor by about 5 to 10 kilometers, meaning that the grappler that was applied started to spool down, giving the Executor more speed, and thus more speed meant harder to apply, so it could stay alive a little bit longer. The Raven did eventually correct its mistake, but that's a play that didn't really, that's a mistake that didn't really need to happen, as there was no real pressure on the Raven forcing it to burn past the Executor. I think nerves perhaps getting to some of the people in the arena.
Look at how far the exec wreck is from the Raven, though. That's like an entire Boosh micro jump drive away from it. Like, it's far away. It must have gotten killed by the Onyx instead.
Yeah, we see the Raven now applying its damage to the Vedmak. We haven't necessarily spoken too much about the Vedmak in this match, but it does spool up to do quite a bit of damage. But as we can see, it's also decently tanky when it comes to getting shot by the Torps here.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I think that the Vedmak is way more justifiable when paired with the Apocalypse, where you are actually just trying to be very accurate. You've said, I'm going to sacrifice the tank of an Abaddon, the damage of an Abaddon, the tank of a Prophecy Navy, the tank of a Devoter, for that matter, in order to have guns that are accurate at 50 kilometers, maybe more. And we're going to threaten killing small stuff. We're going to be able to hit Lodgy. And we're going to rely on superior piloting to take less damage instead.
Yeah. The other reason, sorry, that the Vedmak was able to stay alive for so long was in part due to the absolute swarm of medium armor maintenance bots that the Templars Calciv team have out at this moment in time. So, applying those to any of the ships, in this case, is going to be the Apocalypse, receiving them from the Magus and the Harbinger Navy issue, is going to help keep the Apocalypse alive, even though it's probably not at that much risk from just the Onyx and the Hyena here. We do see some Caldari Navy Hornets going out onto the Hyena too, just to pressure it a little bit. But at this point, it is very much just a little cleanup operation. I think Templars Calciv can handily be called as the victors of this match. And, while we wait for this Hyena to go down, which may very, very well happen in a moment, is there anything else that the Mia Corporal team could have done to win?
I think we're seeing that Rush isn't as popular as people have experienced it being in practice. That's what I think about it. I'm not sure that they could have piloted their way out of this effectively.
Does seem to be the case. Well, that is that for the first half of the day. I'll throw it back to either an ad break or the analyst desk, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Rainbow
Starfleet
includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously
Put
wanted to
an-
know if you need a prop mod?
Like,
I
and
have
also
fucking 6 mids!
My goodness. Well, we are back, and Templates showing why they were a top cow mill. And Mr. Wingnut, is it were Templates just blowing you out of the water, shining in your eyes, or is it just bright at 5 a.m. for you?
I had to protect my eyes from the laser light show from that beam APOC. That was a lot of laser there, and honestly, that's a very very good team from Templars. I believe, and I wonder if they can confirm it somewhere for me, even in DMs, if that Vedmak was bait tanked, because that ship has to be the closest in that comp. So I'm wondering if it's like an uber tank fit with Logi drones backing it, so enemies think, "Oh, we'll kill the Vedmak. It's the most damage," and can't get through it. Because it tanked way better than I ever expected it to.
Well,
What?
hey,
You're being
I'm
distracted
glad
by the
you're extra
sunglasses.
protected. I really am. I am in awe of the sunglasses. You have a talent that I wish I could just back and make it work. But it looks like that was the first Apocalypse, maybe even the first Harbinger Navy. That Tholos fucked around and found out. um, Graybill, could they have saved it? Or was it just doomed to die?
Well, the way it was flown, it was destined from the start. But that might have to do it like basically rushed in and tried to get tackle on something. And against that much projection as Tempest Calls have had on their team, that's not gonna work out for long, especially when a Kitsune jams your Osprey, because then you're never getting any reps.
Yeah.
And that reps didn't land for quite a while. Also, the Osprey seemed to have been confused a bit from the jams, additionally to not being able to lock anything. It was also quite far off because his team chased in so hard and dove so deep into the ranks of Tempest Corsive.
Yeah, the fact that they were using the Tholos as a tackle, honestly, I was a little confused. Not sure why that was a choice, but it was most definitely a choice. Now, what that Kitsune? I wanna poke on that. It was an armor Kitsune potentially.
Yeah, quite
That's
sure.
that's an option.
Yeah,
Not
despite
what
just
I do, but hey.
Yeah, but despite just 2 low slots on the Kitsune, if you want the maximum medium mid slots you can get, which would be 5, you can just fill it up with, I would say 4 ECM modules and just 1 prop mod to get you out of hair situations, and then you just fly around and happily jam stuff. And we actually often see armor tanked ECM ships just to use all the mid slots, and that's how it goes, and goes well for Tempest Corsive, as we have seen.
It's kind of normal progression of E-warships we've seen. We've seen armor Scorpions, we see armor Blackbirds as a common thing. Armor Kitsune is just the next step.
I would say with the there's a lot of Logi drops keeping that Vedmak alive. And that Osprey getting that neat roll bonus, I mean, I think they'd most definitely help keep that thing alive. And hey, they got Tempest the win.
Yeah, that's
All right.
if you see a lot of Logibots, that's also like a sign for a team having a plan or a lot of experience, because historically speaking, logistics or logistic drones are very efficient for what they are doing, and they are often overlooked by the other team. It's something you really need to keep in mind, because like T1 Logi Cruisers, for example, get 100% roll bonus on their rep amount of their Logibots. So that's quite effective, even on a Vetmac, which isn't traditionally known for being very good at tanking. But with enough drones, you can make it work.
Yeah. They you can tell when people read the ship bonuses, and with the experience, I think it was a pretty set match. Now, Wingnut, while you're looking in the future over there, what do you see coming up after the break? What are you thinking we're gonna see?
I think we're going to see more of the same. It's been a mass scattering of different ships and different comps and different ideas. We're honestly going to see a lot of people still trying to find what works. And I think Abaddon's going to show up a lot more. We're going to see probably more people trying Ravens and failing miserably. And we're going to see a few more stuff like Hyperions and Rogues. But, I could be wrong. Things can change.
Hey, well, with that prediction, I will go ahead, send us to the break. Thank you both for your time. When we come back, we'll have 2 new commentators with me, and I'll introduce them when we come back. Whew. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with some new friends. We are back with Mr. Mystical Mike. Mike? Wow, if I can, pronounce a T. And Dujek One Eye. So, hey, we've got some fun coming up next. We have Standard Protocol versus former Relv Dissonance. Goodness, that's a tongue twister. Mr. Dirk, who is running Arena 2 currently, is the captain for former Relv residents. Yes.
It's
He
working as
is,
intended.
so give him a shout out. It really is. It's not wanting to behave, that name. Woo! But yeah, so far, we know that this is a team that has experience, former Relv dissidents. I don't know too much about Standard Protocol. What do you guys think we're going to see?
Well, we saw Standard Protocol in, I believe, the first match of the day, which means that they would have been flying an armor setup, which, in terms of the tournament so far, seems to be fairly strong, but I think that's more because people are flying shield incorrectly, and not because armor is necessarily the stronger of the two setups by default. So I'm wondering if they've perhaps either learn their lesson or if they're just going to run the armor comp again and pray that they go into a Torpedo Raven, because apparently Torpedo Raven seem to be the rage, and they're garbage. So we'll see.
I
Yeah,
think that
I
we're
mean,
gonna
it will
see
be,
goons bring maelstroms or former Relv Descendants or whatever they're called. They love maelstroms. They take maelstroms when they're bad, and maelstroms are even medium now. So let's see.
all I know is that I don't think Lord Jackson of former Relv gosh darn it, former Relv Dissonance will be stealing Wegman spaghetti sauce. I think he'll be stealing his Szechuan sauce. Let's see how it goes. We do have the bans up for both teams. Standard Protocol has banned the carries Hyena and Geddon. Man, all right. Damps points. Looks like they're banning a little bit of E-War here. Former Relv Dissonance. Goodness. Banning Ravens, Scorpions, and Sentinels.
They have
there's a
banned
little
the
bit of a
Raven.
miscomp.
They've banned the Raven. They can't take a Torp Raven, which means that Mystical's idea of how Standard Protocol could win is out the window. Like a goon or standard Relv people have banned it so that they won't be tempted to take it and lose with it. That's what I'm going with.
That is, I think,
I mean,
it's a smart way of using the bans to remove your opponent's win condition. And if the win condition is that you bring the Raven, you just ban the Raven, and it's that easy.
The Scorpion and
could also
Sentinel
be
go together well, I think.
It could also be very much mind games, and they know that the Ravens earlier in the tournament, if they've been watching, they know they haven't been doing so hot, and they're just removing that. Hey, we know this is a losing streak. We're just gonna pull it and actually maybe see if they can get a fight. All right. All right, it looks like they have landed, and I think this is going to be a good fight. Let's go ahead and send it to commentary.
Hello. Spaceships about to fight each other in space, much the same as it has been for all of the others, but in various different combinations.
Yeah, different this time. As we've seen the match unfold, is both armor comps this time. It's not shield versus armor. This is a brawling setup from Standard Protocol, warping in at 0, and it seems like the former Delph residents just coming in. They gonna slug it out right in the center.
It's very refreshing to see both sides immediately power towards each other at the same time. It's how you know that you're going to see stuff happening very quickly. You can see that they're already trying to have a little go on the Executor there, but it seems to be staying up, getting away from them even at the moment.
Yeah, kind of a bad spot for an Executor to be in, to be honest. Meanwhile, Podrick just flying away there at the edge, unharmed, just wrapping to his heart's content. And yeah, we saw a little bit of overshoot there from the Phobos at the start. It's not so good because you lose a lot of damage when you don't stop right at the target where you want to be.
You know, I said that, going towards each other in two brawl setups was going to make things happen very quickly, but, aside from that, Baden slowly starting to go down, nothing happened particularly quickly like I expected there.
Yeah, if you pick the tankiest ship on grid as your primary target, then yeah, it's gonna take a bit. And I was surprised that the Executor of Standard Protocol is still up and going.
It is. And if you look at the Baden there, it's been sort of bouncing on the low amount of its armor there rather than continuing to bleed. See, it keeps dipping into the red, but no, there they go. They are pulling it back into the white again. Well, they were pulling it back into the white again, and now it's not. Might be able to see that Baden go down at possibly the same time as that Navy Brutix. Oh dear, if they do lose that Navy Brutix, they could lose that critical mass on the Baden.
Yeah, maybe the Abaddon will be able to wrap back up again, but doesn't look like it at the moment.
Certainly about to find out.
I didn't expect the Executor of Standard Protocol there to pull range actually at the start. I thought it was like hard tackled right in the middle. Format of Resonance really had the tools to do it, but it seems like they didn't.
Look at that. The Navy Brutix that they had was so much of their damage. And even after the Navy Brutix had been deleted, the Baden is still holding down on like 1 pixel of its hit points there, just as the Exec goes down as well.
Yeah, it doesn't really look that good for Standard Protocol at the moment. Even they almost got the Abaddon down, but
the Abaddon is chunking on its hull though, so if they can get that Baden down before they sustain too serious a set of damage to their Hyperion, then they might be able to start evening it out.
Yeah, it's still a DPS race going on there, and I'm sure Podrick has heated every wrapper he has in his exec.
There we go. Good grief. I'd love to see the amount of damage taken on that Baden at the end of this fight here.
That would be a lot indeed, yeah. And now the Hyperion taking chunks here. He doesn't have his Logi anymore, so that's a bit of an issue.
He certainly doesn't, but the enemy team doesn't have anywhere near as much DPS left. And as you can see there, the armor layer on there is... I might even go as far to say as is slowly recovering on the Hyperion this time.
Indeed it does. And it seems like Standard Protocol is going for a long game a bit, or at least they try to do it and go for the Pontifex to get off the links from the grid, which would benefit the long game a bit and obviously help the survivability of...
I'm trying to see how close that hype is to the Pontifex, because I want to see just how good a job that Grappler is doing. The Pontifex still has possibly enough speed to negate some of the Hyperion's damage there.
Yep, but meanwhile, Podrick got caught. Everything but the hype from Standard Protocol decided to finally go for Podrick, and yeah, I don't think he will survive that very much, but still holding on for the moment. There are a bit of armor rep bots on him, so that's keeping him up a bit.
While they very slowly lose that Executor, the Hyperion is dipping and is starting to go red on its armor there. If they can get rid of that, even with a trade for their Executor, then this is anybody's game still.
Yeah, in fact, now it looks like with the Executor down, it might turn tides here, and it seems like Standard Protocol is ahead 1 point exactly. So
halfway through the time. Now, what do they have caught? That Phobos is extremely slow, but with those native resistances, That Hyperion's going to have a hard time making much progress on it.
Yeah, but it's probably the best thing they can shoot at the moment.
I mean, quite frankly, it's probably the only thing they can shoot at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what the Prophecy Navy is
Prophecy Navy.
actually doing there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I reckon that Prophecy Navy, what he's doing is he's deliberately being quite far from the Hyperion.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But still, he's shooting like a yellow laser, so that means standard crystals, so he's not in the closest range of ammo. Oh, he keeps his distance, yeah. But looks like Standard Protocol is going now for the Pontifex after they just took work off the Phobos. And yeah, it's hard tackled. Drills are on. And the issue with losing ships, right? And you're relying on Logipods. You just don't have much more keeping your stuff
they've
alive.
lost that
You lose the
Pontifex
ships.
now as well. That Pontifex at the very end there looked like it was going absolutely not side on to the DPS on the field there.
Yeah, to be frank,
got him killed in the end.
when Standard Protocol lost their Logi, I thought that's pretty much it. They're gonna lose that, but Standard Protocol clawed it back. They made the better decisions with targets, and the Hyperion just kept rapping despite only having one rep.
If you look at that, something is definitely applying to that vengeance there. The Hyperion is firing on it. It's got it grappled, and it
There
popped.
it
It went
goes.
from half dead to completely dead in a very quick amount of time.
And the Prof Navy also can't run.
Well, now that the Hyperion has been freed from that assault frigate, it's starting to move a lot faster. Now, will that be enough to allow it to actually apply properly to the final Navy prophecy?
It doesn't look like the Hyperion has interest in the Prof Navy. He just flies into a different direction of the arena.
He is,
Well,
but this Hyperion is on the verge of dying. It's very clear that he's not really got much rep power left.
he possibly ran out of cap sticks, so not enough cap to rep anymore. And even then, a flight of drones is dangerous.
Yeah, I'm watching the hull of the Hyperion and the armor of the Prophecy Navy, and it looks like the Prophecy Navy is going to win this race.
Indeed it does, but is it enough to win on points if the Hyperion goes down? I'm not quite sure.
I don't think it's not going to be. No,
it's
they're going
3
to be
ships
roughly
against 1
20
there.
short, aren't they?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, but it was a closer match than I expected, absolutely.
Are we going to see the battleships be the first and last things destroyed here? Quite possibly.
Oh, the crew are taking some pot shots at the moment, it seems.
I was sure the Hyperion was going for a jump beacon then, but apparently not. He's just going past it. Wondered if he was about to try and do a play.
Yeah, and he wrapped a little bit of shield there. I think he just outranged the Osprey, the Prophecy Navy there.
Yeah. I think it's pretty apparent now that this match, close as it was all the way through, is in the
first
hand of the Realm
GF is in
Visitors.
local. And it was a close match. So I wonder if the exec
thought,
from Formative Residence
Protocol one.
wasn't tackled there later, if they could have won that. I think they would.
I think it all came down to that race at the beginning, between that Executor and the Baden, and who was going to die first, as to how the whole match was going to play out at the end, to be honest.
Yeah, I was so focused on the brawl there that I also didn't catch how the Executor from Standard Protocol managed to pull range there and got relatively safe in the middle of the match.
Now, there's not quite long enough left. Are they going to manage to? Yes, they are.
Well, there was definitely a lot
Thereby.
happening there in this match, and I'm sure
Is
the
it
people at the desk will have something to say about it.
a complete wipe, but they had to sweat blood to get that.
Loved one been scammed in local? Has someone promised to double your risk? Have you been hit by a hypernet scheme? If you answered yes to any of these questions, it's time to set safety to red and fire back. Hi, I'm Lemmy W. Isk of Isk, Shogatsu, and Carbon Attorneys, Jita 44's premier litigation law firm. The time for being a victim, it's over. We will ensure that you get the restitution you deserve, and those who wronged you are punished. Don't choose some pencil-pushing, paralegal F1 monkey. Choose a legal FC who will jump through gates for you. Choose quality. Choose ISK.
Awesome. And we're back after the wonderful ad break. And that match. Goodness. Dujek, with that fight, how do you think target priority was managed between both teams?
I think former Relv dissidents thought that killing the Brutix as a much softer target than the Hyperion would lower the damage enough on the opposing team that if they had their large G intact, they would be tanking at that point. And they ended up dropping small ships before then. Like, I don't think that Dirk in the PNI necessarily was in the best weapon range the whole time. And they were fighting slightly inefficiently, but I think that their target calling could have brought them to victory had they like maximized their damage at that point.
Defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. Mystical. Each side's tackle, and of course we know goons can't tackle, but what do you think both sides did regardless of their ability or inability to tackle?
Iterator moment. Yeah, no, I think the meme about goons being unable to tackle is very fitting, as we did see that the former Relv Desidents had a vengeance on their side, which was forcing the Executor from the Standard Protocol team out and away from the rest of its team. Unfortunately, it seems like the Vengeance managed to burn its prop mod trying to catch up to the Executor, which meant that the Executor was able to then burn back into the arena and start getting reps onto the rest of its team, which may have been one of the pivotal moments in the match, as we did see Standard Protocol eventually take the win. On the flip side, we saw that the Standard Protocol crew seemed to have been kind of mismanaging the Nosferatus that it has. Akrura is able to continue to drain capacity using Nozes, even when its capacitor level is above that of its target. That's not possible for most ships, but because it's a Blood Raider ship, it can. And it seems like the Aegis wasn't running the Nozes on the Executor. Correctly managed to put them on the Phobos later on in the match, which meant that it would have been unable to reliably and consistently shoot after a while. It's additional cap pressure, which means that additional cap management needs to be taken into account, especially the management of cap boosters. But I think there were definitely things that both teams could have done better on the tackle front, and hopefully they're able to listen back to this and take some of the feedback on board so that they can incorporate that more into their future strategies.
No. Got one more question before we go to bans and move on to the next match. Can you give me a TDLR of what happened with Goon Vengeance?
Yeah, that's just the moment where the Goon Vengeance burned out its prop mod and was unable to catch the Executor.
Yep. Well, all right. So it looks like we're gonna go ahead and just throw it straight to the arena and go on to the next match. Looks like we have Blajadine Freedom Fighters versus OSHA Violators.
Welcome back again. A lot of ships here that are certainly suited for brawling again, but are they actually fit that way, and is that what they're going to do? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're also going to find out how good the Armageddon is here on the Blajadine Freedom Fighters. No, sorry.
Is this one of the first times we've seen the Armageddon?
Yes,
so
sorry,
far today?
and it's the ultraviolet. Sorry, but it's a control setup from them, it seems, with the arbitrator there, and yeah, that will have some good tracking disruption.
I'm always a big fan of seeing a confessor on the field. I know that it can be, in some cases, just as much a fiend to enemy support E-War frigs, depending on how it's set up. So perhaps we're about to see some of that.
Yeah, and what we are currently seeing is Estamel taking quite some damage in his Augurer and burning back to gain some distance from the Freedom Fighters.
Taking some damage to begin with, and then apparently nothing at all.
Yeah, the first pot shots, his shield is gone, right?
Later, yeah. We can see they're going after the Orgor on the other team now as well. Let's see if they can do any better, see if they can land any more shots.
Meanwhile, the Tempest going into brawling distance to the Armageddon and the Merm Navy, while the Vengeance and the Confessor positioning themselves for some tackle action.
In fact, if you take a look down at the Tempest, you can see that both battleships are currently engaged in a newt war with each other. Who will win? You might suspect the Armageddon if it can get that early set of neuting hits on the Tempest by its range bonus. But the Armageddon, of course, does not, while being a incredible neuting platform, doesn't have a bonus to the amount neuted, just the range.
But I'm not sure if that actually matters because, well, actually, let's have a look at the Tempest has guns, the Armageddon doesn't. So the neut war is probably in favor of the Armageddon here, but the Tempest...
It depends how many it's got, though, really, doesn't it? Because for all we know, it may have two, just like the Tempest probably does.
True, but Armageddon doesn't have guns, so not shooting anything.
It does have launchers, but there's nothing coming out of it, so yeah, maybe it is full neut.
Maybe my client.
Times like this that you wish that we could also see the capacitor readout of every single ship here. So people can start to
overwhelming
show
information,
off.
To be honest.
Oh, but, I know, but you could start to see people's cap boosting skills.
That would be some hard evaluation, yeah. But as it is common with control comps, you don't see a lot of damage going on because just everyone is tracking disrupted, everyone is trying to get into position, and Estamel in his Augurer needs to get into position closer to Dexter here in his Confessor because he's going down, it seems.
Confessor is having chunks taken out of him. He is receiving reps, but it's absolutely not enough. We don't know what mode he was in, but that gets first score to the Freedom Fighters here.
Yeah, also quite a lot of drones here out on the Augurer of Mimi.
It might be a trade to some extent, because what we can see is the Freedom Fighters Augurer is starting to get into quite some trouble. We may be about to see the first Logi go down, which could start causing the cascade amongst the rest of the ships here.
Indeed, if Mini goes down here, then losing that Confessor wasn't that bad of a trade, I would say. But it looks like the Magus is going for Estamel now. And he probably...
See what he can do.
He caught him, so that Augurer is not going anywhere very quickly, just with some small speed.
Even coming up on not far from halfway into the fight, both the Tempest and the Armageddon still seem to have enough capacitor to be neuting each other.
It's pretty interesting. I wonder if some of them has also a NOS fitted.
Yeah,
we'll keep interesting to see.
Interesting to see that the arbitrator on the OSHA team is using one of its tracking disruptors on the Freedom Fighters Augurer. They've finally taken it off, but that was probably a little bit of a waste of a tracking disruptor there for a short while. And that Augurer is also stabilizing now as well. It's not tackled by anything, it's not webbed, it's no longer painted like it was, and it is starting to very slowly pull back its armor.
Yeah, it also wasn't tackled in a bad spot. Like, that's something good Logi pilots do, right? When they see they are about to get tackled, they try to position themselves in a spot where they can still be effective for the team and still put out some reps.
And of course, that's a lot harder here in the tournament rather than in regular space because he has a much more limited area of space he can run away to.
Indeed.
There we go. We are seeing the Augora of OSHA folding there, vanishing.
Prophecy Navy of Miri just did the job there.
Yeah, we got nothing down from the Freedom Fighters, and critical ships now lost, including the verge of their Armageddon, their neuting, another huge piece of their control about to vanish as well.
Yeah, it seemed like a very admirable attempt at a control comp in this format. I think it's the first one we have actually seen, and the Armageddon is the first time on the grid. But the Newt War didn't seem to go in their favor.
No, very much not. Now, perhaps they'll be asking themselves in this moment, why didn't we put a bit less neuting on the Geddon and a bit more damage so that they could just try and get through some of their enemies a bit faster, but they don't know what they're going to be up against. They tried their best. I bet it worked a few times in the practice, but bad dice roll today for them. And that Navy Myrmidon, he's already held down, he's already scrammed, he's already webbed, he's already painted. All of the DPS from Freedom Fighters is still alive and is about to rain down upon it.
Yeah, he oddly has his drones to fight back. No guns fitted, as it seems. So yeah, probably also newts. So also the control. But the Tempest now arriving at the scene, and he's gonna make a mess out of that Myrmidon, I would say.
No shortage of neuting in this fight. Everybody in the chat pour one out for every single gigajoule killed in the last 7 minutes.
That's a lot of cap charges.
At this stage, there's no damage left. They're just waiting one by one. Even the Arbitrator is scrammed by the Phobos. He's not going to be going anywhere. We would expect that vengeance isn't really going to be able to turn the tide for OSHA this time. Yeah, I reckon that, if they had managed to either win the Newt War or had the Geddon geared a bit more towards damage, maybe they would have been able to deal a critical blow earlier on. Who knows?
Yeah.
OSHA is out, correct?
So, yeah.
They went in, OSHA played it safe, just like their name, and it wasn't enough. Not aggressive enough this time round. Perhaps next time they play.
Yeah, the more conventional setup, one could say, defeated the control attempt. Not sure what they could have done different there. No, they weren't controlled. Maybe they were out controlling themselves a bit too much.
Ah, yes, we've just been reminded that OSHA have now been eliminated from the tournament. It was a good try. Hopefully we can see them again being a little bit more aggressive next time, perhaps in this comp.
Yeah, and it's a great format to just to get your feet wet into tournament grounds. So maybe see you next time.
Actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
And with that, that is our first elimination in the tournament. OSHA violators will be receiving their entry fee back of to the tune of 1,250 plex. And they are the first to go home. Hopefully we will see them again. They seem to show some promise, and they just need some more practice. Now, with their Sentinel, Mystical, he was screening a little earlier, but what's going on?
Yeah. So over the course of the match, one of the ships that I was focusing on a lot was Isaac in the Sentinel, trying to understand how the Blahaj team was using the Sentinel to screen for the Augurer. Now, at multiple points during the match, when the Vengeance either burned in or the Confessor burned in, the Sentinel was putting newts onto either of those ships to cap them out, stop them from moving around, and stop them from getting onto the Augurer that was constantly burning around to make sure that the heavy drones from the Myrmidon Navy issue and the Armageddon weren't able to consistently apply all of the time. Now, once the Confessor went down, I was still keeping track to see the positioning of the Sentinel, and I was expecting the Sentinel to try and burn in a little bit to perhaps get newts onto the Augurer and make it easier for the rest of their team to burn in and apply damage, or to stop the Augurer from putting out reps. Didn't seem to be the case. I think they kept that Sentinel in reserve in case the Vengeance was free, so that the Vengeance wouldn't be able to stop Mini in the Augurer from burning around and tanking those drones, essentially. And it paid off. Mini managed to survive, kept the rest of the team largely alive. I know the Sentinel went down towards the end, but by then the job had largely been done. So I think it was good plays from the Blahaj team.
And I will just shout out Blahajideen Freedom Fighters. Their skins, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. I loved to see, and I hope we see more cool stuff from them in the future. And happy to see a place for love in the game. All right, let's go ahead and go to our next round of bans. We have Grief Team 6 versus Not Dead Yet. You know, they may not be dead yet, but they may be dead soon. With that, Grief Team 6, we have bans of a Raven, Sentinel, and Carries. Little E-War heavy on the Sentinel and Carries there. Not Dead Yet, we also have the Carries as a double ban, the Mollis and the Typhoon. Let's start, sorry, Dushek. What do you think about Grief Team 6 set of bans?
I think they, and also for that matter, Not Dead Yet, want to operate in the mid range. If you're banning Sentinel Carries and Carries Mollis and the two best cruise platforms, you don't want to be shot from 100 kilometers while you can't do anything about it. So I think that anything else really is on the table except for long range and kiting. I think that they are wanting to bring your standard Abaddon, Rail Hyperion, whatnot comps with Augur, Pontifex. I think we'll see much of what we have seen already, and one of them might try to rush.
Okay, so we have potential rush comps then, from what it sounds like. Alright, it sounds like they have landed, and they are ready for us to go to the arena. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the commentist and the arena.
All right, welcome back to the arena. This time we see the first Scorpion of the tournament. And yeah, it looks like we have, apart from the Scorpion, a lot of hems going into the control comp of Not Dead Yet. I don't know if I'm currently. Oh, we got
I'm
muterated. That
sorry.
stroke
Yeah, that
again.
was my fault. I was muted there. A lot of drones again from our red team today, just like it was in the previous match. And something that I've been interested to see this entire tournament is the repeated use of the Tholos. It's a very powerful tool. Not many people on Tranquility have actually used it, but people are trying to use it, sometimes being able to use it to do continuous heavy damage. And as you can see, it can also make it tank. It can also keep it up in spite of it just being a destroyer.
Yeah, it was
like
heavily webbed by the Timo, I think, and also had a lot of drones on it. Basically, drones the only source of damage here from Grief Team 6.
Drones, of course, perfectly positioned to hit a weapon system perfectly positioned to hit a destroyer, and yet it is staying up under all of that fire, even while webbed, even while painted.
Yes, in theory, Grief Team 6 with drones have a great counter to the control setup with gems from Not Dead Yet, because jamming drones isn't that effective usually. You can jam the ships, but the drones will usually still go to work on the target if you can assign it. But it doesn't.
Apparently, it looks like the Dominics never put drones on the Tholos, which could be why it so easily survived. Dominic's, of course, now suffering because of that.
Yeah, you can see the hams now really making work, and possibly the Tholos. But yeah, also the Cyclone Fleet issue takes quite some damage. It's a good target for medium and heavy drones, but the heavy drones you can now see just float in space because their mothership, the Dominix, is down.
That Cyclone is webbed. He's not scrammed, but he is slow enough that basically everything there can hit him for full damage, but without the Dominics, it may not be enough. We'll be able to see now if this Myrmidon can put up any kind of survival after that Dominix was absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, and you can see a Grief Team 6 trying to re-establish control a little bit by kiting away and using their Ashimu to newt off the tackle that's on them. And
they definitely want to be using that Ashimu to web their targets, but the only thing they've got webbed is a Hawk that's still doing 1 kilometer a second.
Indeed, and the drones are still working on the Cyclone, but it's keeping up. It's keeping tanking, and
yeah, they did manage to get the Cyclone fairly low, but it never seemed to be in any actual peril at any stage here, and it may just simply not be enough anymore. It looks like they've been using their Scorpion to prevent their the Grief Team Augora from really assisting their guys very much for the entire fight, and that has lost them the bulk of their damage, while the rest of Not Dead Yet are very much alive.
Yeah, there is not much drone damage here on the grid now that the Myrmidon also went down.
You might say, there's not much drone damage. There's not much damage from any source, full stop, at this stage.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the Ashimo has some guns fitted, but that isn't enough to punch anything down under Osprey reps. And also, while possibly being constantly jammed by this Scorpion that still sits in the backline and just does its thing.
I'd be interested to know how many Amar jammers that Scorpion had, or whether he went for some form of rainbow, because he's been very successful against the Augora, and as we just saw then, the Crucifier, and a few moments ago, the Ashimu, getting them all jammed one at a time.
Yeah, it seems like even the Osprey just stopped rapping on the Cyclone Fleet issue of Celtec, just because there's no damage coming in.
Maybe he felt like it was just his time to sit back and regenerate some capacitor.
Yeah, T1 Logic Cruisers don't have that much cap, but this Osprey didn't use a lot of cap, at least moving around. He was just sitting on the Scorpion all the time. And
they did a good job. Grief Team 6 did a good job of getting those heavy DPS ships onto the enemies that they wanted to lay into. But they didn't really seem to capitalize upon it. Perhaps if that Dominix had put its drones onto the Tholos, this would have been a different story for them.
Yeah, I think Not Dead Yet played it very well here, going straight in with their short-range tackle ships and starting to control the majority of Grief Team 6 there. So they couldn't even attempt to go into the backline with the Scorpion and the Osprey and potentially breaking up this comp of Not Dead Yet.
There we go. -1 Crucifier, -1 Augora, 1 Hero Ashimu, currently jammed.
He's burning. He's at 110 kilometers. Maybe we're gonna see a boundary here. I think that would be the first one in the feeders here.
Now, if you deliberately boundary in this game, is that retaining your pride or is that cowardice? It could be either, couldn't it? Depending on the general feeling within the group there at that moment, couldn't it?
I think at that point is also denying intel to the opponent so they don't get the kill mill and don't get fit. At least in the Alliance tournament, that would be something people do.
I tell you what.
Oh no!
That was it. That was interesting. When that Hawk followed the Ashimu all the way over there, I was like, is the Ashimu going to boundary and take the Hawk with him to the boundary?
I think the Hawk actually flew past the Ashimu and boundaried by that.
We can confirm then that the Hawk did boundary there. We've just had confirmation of that.
Well, that's what Overly Eagle Tackle does for you. I guess with that, you're gonna go back to the desk.
All back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Farmer Spark could be anywhere.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
And with that, Not Dead Yet is not dead yet, and they continue on. They are through the main tournament with a first seed in their groups of 2-0. So let's see. So why do you think the Dominics didn't drop drones on the Tholos? Did that delay maybe give some sort of an advantage?
Yeah, I was curious to see how the Tholos was going to hold up at the very beginning. We saw a lot of the drones go out and onto the Tholos. The Osprey was fairly far back, so I thought the Tholos might actually die. But then I noticed that there was a cloud of red drones around the Dominics, and they happened to be Federation Navy ogres, and they just didn't move. They just sat there until I believe the rest of his team decided that they were going to switch targets, and then they ended up shooting the Cyclone Fleet issue. So I think if they had made the decision to put the Federation Navy ogres on the Tholos at the very beginning, they may have actually had the chance of killing the Tholos and then swaying the rest of the fight their way. Again, I think this is just another indication of some of the nerves that teams feel going into the tournament. It's a streamed event, hundreds of people watching, maybe not something that they're necessarily used to participating in, or they haven't done so in a long time. You can get a little bit shaky. So, I think we can cut them some slack on that part, but yeah, engage your drones if you want to do some damage.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he maybe didn't do a drone bunny or something instead to maybe, throw them to somebody else, maybe use them, but it just kind of sat there for a minute. Dujek, why is a Scorpion in a shield comp?
Yeah, I think that the combination of Tholos plus Scorpion has the potential to be quite good. It's definitely one of the comps that we looked at going into the tournament, but the problem is that the Scorpion is almost always armor tanked, and the Tholos is not very fond of being armor tanked with its 2 lows. But I think they found a good way around it. It was a rapid heavy Scorpion. They had good damage output. I don't know how many jams he had. I'd be surprised if it was more than 2. But they got the Tholos used to good effect for that reason. It worked out.
I mean, I believe that's a successful. It's been really hit or miss if it's been successful. If it hasn't been, I'm glad to see that, hey, it's got potential. So, with that, not yet dead is not yet dead. Or not dead yet is yet not dead. English puns. Then they move on. Our next up would be evasive maneuvers and nanite toothpaste. Now, let's see. Nanite toothpaste won the last round that they played against submissive and Bushel. So they do have a 1-0 mark at this point. Evasive maneuvering brings it down, and why is it not on my screen? So it's interesting to see. So if Nanite Toothpaste does win this next round, they go through. But it is, as always, best out of 3. Evasive maneuvers banning the Sentinel, Arbitrator, and Crucifier. Nanite Toothpaste banning the Raven, Typhoon, and Tholos. Mystical, give me your thoughts on these bans. What do you think this might predict what we see?
I think it's interesting to note that in their previous match, Nanite Toothpaste also banned the Typhoon, Raven, and Tholos. So they're sticking with a set ban list. It seems at the moment they don't want to be looking at their ships on the grids. I assume it's because the Tholos is understandably very, very strong. The Raven, it seems like less of a good ban after the performance that we've seen from the Torp Raven so far, but there's still the potential for a cruise or a rapid heavy Raven, so understandable that they don't want to see that. The Typhoon also very well known for its ability to apply, and it's also kind of quick. So, if you fit cruise missiles to it, it's able to pull away from the rest of the hostile team and still apply damage fairly effectively from range. So understandable bans coming out from the Nanite Toothpaste team. Whereas I do wonder, it seems like evasive maneuvers don't want to see tracking disruptors. They want to be able to shoot out to range, which means that I assume they're going to be bringing something fairly kitey or projection based.
So as both teams land in the arena, I don't think it's something we've seen so far yet today, as far as positioning, but I will leave that up to the commentary and pass it over to them when they are ready.
All right. All right, welcome back to the arena. This time it looks like we have the Karis versus Kirin face-off again. With Nanite Toothpaste bringing more a traditional comp with the Abaddon and Prophecy Navy at its core. But Evasive Maneuvers bringing the Scorpion again and a Kitsune. So that's a lot of gems going on here. Let's see how they're gonna do it.
They've got plenty of range with their damage on the Toothpaste team here. And the fight is just beginning now. They've got plenty of range, but will that matter if they are both able to become jammed at the same time? About to find out.
Yeah, the Karis has a very tough job here. He will need to control basically the Kitsune and the Scorpion. I don't know if that's even possible mathematically.
He may be able to. If he can get a couple on each and they hang back, then they're going to be out of the fight until they grow a pair and come a bit closer. But, that's exactly what they don't want to do.
Yeah, and in fact, we see Kitsune and Scorpion slow boating in, more or less. It doesn't seem like they're too overly quick. Maybe they don't have the fastest prop mod fitted here.
No, they do kind of all seem to want to be a lot closer to each other. They're gathering up, and they were having some trouble with the evasive maneuvering Orgora to begin with, but he seems to have pulled it back. They're taking chunks out of him, but he's pulling those chunks straight back again. Maybe he just needed to get some transversal on them to start to survive.
Yeah, as we would expect it from two very control-heavy comps. They're just establishing who's tackling who and who's going to brawl out, and praying to Bob for the lucky champion cycles here. So not much damage going on at the moment. Everyone just moving in position.
Evasive maneuvering seem to be applying fairly well to the carriers, but it's pulling back every time. And conversely, the other way around, that Kitsune is having chunks taken out of it, and it's not surviving quite as well. We will see. That said, they are starting to make progress on that carriers. That carriers dies, then those ECM ships come into their own, and they start to get free reign over the Nanite Toothpaste team.
Yeah, you can see the Scorpion now pulling range again, as he has probably successfully jammed Mr. Caps in his Augurer, which allowed them... Sorry, Mr. Blaze in the Augurer, allowing them to basically kill the carriers for free.
Their Augurer seems to be keeping the Scorp and the Kitsune alive both at the same time without any trouble, while we see multiple jams landing simultaneously on the Toothpaste team. Notably, look at that, 4 jams at the same time for a moment there. You know, the Baden and the Prophecy were both out of the fight for a significant amount of time there, not able to lock. If they can hold a jam, if they manage to get a jam on the Toothpaste Augurer, then it's probably going to be hugely in the favour of evasive manoeuvring here. It really was a battle of the E-War to begin with.
Oh, big hit on Sam Punisher and his Kitsune there. And meanwhile, the Augurer on Mr. Caps is kind of taking some pot shots, but yeah, Sam and Kitsune is back up again.
It was a big hit, but he got big repped straight back again as well. His Augurer is looking after him today with no trouble whatsoever by the looks of it.
Well, his gems are also the Augurer's life insurance, right? If the Kitsune gems the Abaddon or the Prophet's Navy, then there's basically nothing that can shoot the Augurer.
Look at that. There seems to be barely a moment that half of the Toothpaste team isn't jammed. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused what Fire Poison there in his Osprey does. Very far above everyone, not really committing, going in, doing anything. He might even be out of range for Lynx.
He may be out of range for Lynx, but something about the Navy Prophecy is that it can reach extreme ranges with very decent damage on its beams. And that's normally a really good thing when you're trying to take down your enemy's ranged E-War, but it's just not enough.
Yeah,
especially
speaking
when
of
you're
range,
repeatedly jammed.
Confessor pulling now a lot of range here. He was primary for a moment, but he's back into the welcoming arms of his Augurer, and now he's pretty fine again.
Yeah, that Confessor goes into defensive mode. It gets a lower signature. It gets hugely increased resists. It just starts tanking. It starts taking less damage. It starts making the enemy miss it, and it becomes something that's not worth shooting anymore. As you can see, that they went straight back to the Kitsune. They started trying to eat chunks out of the Kitsune. They're switching targets. You know, from one to the other to try and catch the Augurer out, but he's going to have all of them locked, all at the same time. And it looks like the Kitsune is getting neutered by the Ashimu, but that keeps on being switched off.
Well, still, evasive maneuvers is just one ship ahead here. So if the Kitsune goes down, in fact, then everything is open again, and
it's
turn.
It's what they want. It's what Toothpaste want. They want to get rid of that Kitsune so they can make it. Look at that. The entire team jammed at the same time. Absolutely incredible. Most notably, the Augurer, meaning that Ishimu is currently not receiving any assistance as he goes to low armor. Are they going to be able to keep the Augurer jammed the entire time so that they can get rid of that intense control ship? We're about to find out.
Yeah, Blaze is probably mashing his locking keys now and trying to desperately get a lock on the Ishimu here. But with that many gems on grid, With that many gems on grid, the chances that one of the staggered cycles is gonna jam you again is very high.
Algora has been focused with that ECM this whole time. They do not want their primary to receive reps, and there it goes.
There it goes, but also Nana Toothpaste making some progress on Skykill Russian here in the Scorpion.
They have, but he's just started receiving reps where he wasn't before.
Yeah,
they may be able to hold him back up again, especially if they keep on jamming out the Baden and the Prophecy.
It might be a bit of bait tanking, actually. And as you can see now, Blaze in Yorgurt taking quite some heavy hits. He was trying to save his Ashimu and came closer, came in. And yeah, that's a bad thing when you are that close to your opponent in the logic.
He's recovering.
Logic cruiser.
He's recovering now. He's recovering now. And the Algora of the Toothpaste team is pick pointed. He's not going to be going anywhere. He's going into Hull. And he's gone.
And he's gone, and now it's just a matter of time.
No more reps and completely neutered DPS. Will the evasive maneuvering team be able to kill either the Baden or the Prophecy, both very, very tanky ships, in the next 2.5 minutes? Probably. But will they be able to get both and go for a complete clean sweep today?
Right, and there goes the Magus.
No further support left. They were managing to jam occasionally the entire team with just the Kitsune and the Scorpion, and now the only targets left is just 2 of them versus 2 multi-jam fitted ships. I don't think that they're really going to be getting another chance in the next 2 minutes to even try and fire their weapons.
Yeah, that's speaking from experience, like playing against such a heavy ECM setup, that's really difficult to do and very frustrating, because when you're just jammed for the 10-second cycle, you're just or is it 10? Not sure at the moment. You're just doomed to sit there more or less idly and maybe try to shoot what is jamming you. But when it's a Kitsune, when it has full auger reps staggered on it, it's a tough nut to crack.
It doesn't have the resists to mitigate some of the incoming damage, but those jams are almost as good as resists in this case. It looks like the drones of both the Baden and the Navy Prophecy have been on this Kitsune the entire time, but it's just not enough, even though it's a frigate that is, as you might say, incorrectly armor tanked.
Well, you don't need resists if your opponent can shoot you, right?
Yeah.
And there we see Fire Poison going down in the Osprey Navy.
The Navy Prophecy, that is.
Yeah, the Navy Prophecy. And it doesn't. I don't think they can kill the Abaddon within the minute that is remaining here.
Tell you what, they got less than that. They got half a minute left to kill one of the tankiest battleships in the entire game. So it may be that they're taking the Baden home as their unfortunate trophy of failure today to remember.
Yeah, they played it very safe and very, very controlly, as you would expect.
It's a strong team. It's a strong set of ships. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If you're following the tournament scene, you know at least, or you know some people on the evasive maneuvering team, and now the good fights are in local. And with that, I think we can head back to the desk for the comment.
Rainbow
Rainbow
Fairfleet.
includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Ladar, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously
Put
wanted to
an-
know if you need a prop mod?
I have 6 mids!
All right, and with that, another match in the books. We had evasive maneuvering absolutely wiping the floor with Nanite Toothpaste, which was rough. They're now both 1-1. So, yeah, no, I'm excited to see the last match in that group. Next up we have Rage Sub Cancel and Yeet Fleet Elite. Rage Sub banning the Geddon, Sentinel, and Carries. Yeet Fleet Elite banning Sentinel, Hyena, Geddon. Double Geddon ban, double Sentinel ban. Quick thoughts on that, Dujek?
I think you want to be shooting people with guns that use cap in those kinds of bans, and we've seen so much of that today that I'm not surprised at all. Like at some point, you're gonna have people read you and know that if you're bringing a PNI and a Baden and Ashamu, one Armageddon shuts that down pretty heavily.
All right. Well, this will be deciding on where they're placed in the group. Rage Sub won the first game. Both teams are guaranteed to go through. This is just placing on what seat they get. So this will be interesting. We'll do a little bit more quick thoughts. That Scorp. It was named Torps, but it had no visible hardpoints on the outside. Could it be Smart Fit Mystical, maybe?
Yeah, so I was suggesting in the background and the commentary support channel that we have that it might be Smart Bomb Fit. We've seen drones a couple times now, I think, today. One of the effective ways for an ECM comp to deal with drones is to kill the drones with smart bombs if they put them on the Scorpion. Jams are more effective against ships than they are drones. You can jam drones, but you'll only have so many jams, and there's a lot more drones than you'll be able to jam out. So killing the drones is probably the most effective way to deal with them, and that's what I assume the Scorpion was fit to do.
Wonderful. Well, hopefully that will I don't know, maybe we'll see it again. Maybe not. I don't know. It seemed to be at least interesting in that match. But let's go ahead and throw it over to commentary. It looks like they have just landed in the arena, and I mean, I'll let commentary tell me, but am I seeing the same thing?
Welcome back to the arena. We've got two teams here that have done my absolute favourite thing and sent a number of guys both in at 0. These guys are currently waiting for the countdown, and they are eyeing each other up, and they're all deciding as quickly as they can who they are going to scram and web. It looks like this is going to be quite a high damage match, reasonably matched with some of their ship type choices as well.
Yeah, this is going to be the brawl of the Torpun Ravens, it seems. There will be some hot discussion what's to be primary at first. And I have a feeling the Tholos will be one of the first contenders they're going to shoot here.
I tell you what, from having seen what the Tholos can do in this tournament, especially if it's going to end up at 0 to begin with, it would always, in my mind, be the first ship that they want to shoot. And it is taking quite a lot of damage. It's taking damage at the same time that the Raven on the Yeet fleet side takes a lot of damage as well, but the Tholos is losing big chunks but recovering big chunks at the same time. The powerful reps from the Osprey there, bonuses to the rep amount, really just about keeping that ship alive. It's webbed, it's painted, It's dipping lower and lower. Will they be able to get rid of it? It's almost certainly got one of its pods off already, and that's going to be harming that Raven already.
Yeah, I really like the choice here from Rage Sub Cancel Quit to go for the Raven instead of the Tholos. The Tholos is quite a small ship, and when you shoot it with torps, you don't apply the full damage, right?
They sort of
Even
fly
if it's
past it
tempered
sideways
down.
and they miss.
Well, the explosion radius just doesn't apply at all. And under the heated wraps of Melinda, you can see it's still living. The bug is still alive here going. Meanwhile, Blood Carnate in his Raven is already in armor. So
I can see that they're actually kind of slightly bringing the Tholos back. And I know that the Raven wouldn't have been applying very well to it, but it was still going to be something. Now that something is gone and the Tholos is recovering. Now, how many of those pods is it going to be able to fire at the various ships that all started near him to start giving them all trouble? It looks like the Navy Drake of Yeet Fleet Elite is not doing so hot at the moment.
Yeah, you can really see the momentum coming into play here now. With the damage of the Torp Raven gone, yeah, there's just not that much damage left on this.
And with that Navy Drake gone, not only have they lost DPS, a huge amount of their remaining DPS, but they've lost a huge amount of the DPS that applied quite well. The Navy Drake specifically does have effectively an application bonus, which makes it hit similar sized and smaller targets quite hard. And with that gone, the Onyx could be their only source of meaningful DPS, especially given that their own Tholos is about to meet the fate that they were trying to impose upon Rage Sub Cancel Quit.
Yeah, it seems like Yeet Fleet Elite pretty much has given up here since they couldn't break the Tholos with their full comp, and they certainly wouldn't be able to do that without the Raven, without the Drake, and without the Onyx. And now the Tholos of theirs going down as well. You can really see how the target choice in the first 30 seconds when you land on the grid affects an outcome of such a close brawly matchup.
You know, it looks like Yeet Fleet Elite is going to lose their entire fleet very quickly here, but I don't necessarily think that they made a mistake when they decided to go for the Rage Sub Cancel Quit Tholos first. I think it was the best thing that they could have primaried. It just didn't work out for them.
I have to disagree. Their setups weren't applying that well enough to the relatively small destroyer hull. Of course, it's a good shout.
It was applying quite well. It had difficulty to begin with. Until, they managed to get rid of the Raven, which tipped it back into full health.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, one thing I really would like to see is a screenshot of Melinda's module rack. How red is it? Is it only like tomato red, or is it like full red as their team currently on my overview?
Yeet Fleet has folded an entire wipe this time. They gave it a good go. Always good to see people shooting people point blank.
Right, and with that, we can go back to the desk for the analysis.
Stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out. Crush.
I'm damped out.
Get on that chambers, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look at a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
And we're back. What a match! We had a mirror match between Rage Sub Cancel and Yeet Fleet. The Battle of the Tholuses, if we should call it that. So Mystical, these are new ships. Can you give me a little rundown on them?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're new ships to TQ. They were released sometime last year. They have a very unique weapon system. So alongside having the usual, missiles and guns that you can fit onto any other ship in either line, so provided it has the hard points, they also have breacher pods. Now, the breacher pods you can shoot at a ship, and they're very, very low distance. Like you don't have much range with them, so you have to be fairly close. But once you hit your target with a breacher pod, it will start ticking damage for like 75 seconds with max skills. And the damage ignores resists. It will be based on either your maximum hit points, at which point it will do a maximum of, I think, for the Tholos, it's 300 damage.
Two.
And for the Cenotaph, which isn't in this tournament, I believe it's a maximum of 1,000 damage per second per tick. Now, the reason I wanted to discuss the Tholos after this previous match that we just watched, because there were two of them, I thought it would be fairly interesting to see if they used the ships correctly, and they didn't. Breacher pods last for 75 seconds whether or not you run the breacher pod on the ship over and over again. What you should be doing is shoot the ship once with a breacher pod, then shoot another ship with the breacher pod, then shoot another ship with the breacher pod, and essentially spread the damage out across multiple different ships. Every single ship now taking 200, 300 DPS every single second. Stress the Logi out. Get the Logi working to try and keep every single ship alive. Instead, we watch the Tholoses just sit, take damage, shoot one target with their breacher pods every now and then, and that was essentially it, which I think is a waste of the ship's potential in the tournament setting. So I think teams know that the Tholos should be good, but I don't think they understand why it should be good. And I think that is one of the pivotal hurdles that teams will need to overcome if they want to make use of the Tholos in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that it has the potential to be good if it can be used correctly. Stressing the Logi especially, it is a solo Logi. It is a one Logi group. It is a one Logi tournament. Putting stress on that Logi, you're not going to save everybody. As somebody who's really invested in Logi and has gone up against Tholoses, they are a pain in the butt if you are not on top of your game. So being able to be prepared, it's a new element. It's a new ship. Teams are going to have to learn to manage, potentially, or I wonder if we might see it more on the ban list. Now, Dujek, I think after this matchup, you mentioned talking about missile mechanics. I can see, because we've seen a lot of rail, we've seen blasters, but talk about missile mechanics if you don't mind for me.
One of the bonuses that the Tholos has that isn't talked about all that much is its resistance to webs, which means that when you are flying torpedoes and hams and so on, it is almost one of the hardest ships to kill. And in terms of you are just applying so little damage to it. In a 6v6 tournament, there are just not that many utility slots left over for all the cool stuff you want to do, especially when one of the ships is the Tholos, and then you have your small tackle frigate, and you have your large shield. Like, where are you getting enough target paints and webs for it to die, especially when it is resistant to webs? So, like, as we saw here, like, killing it outright if it's not doing something particularly dumb is very difficult. And secondly, I just wanted to say that at least in this case, Torp Raven did win, but only because it can and must necessarily win in the mirror.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. In the mirror, it is there. If it's double Raven, one of them's going to win. That's how the team breakdown works. So yeah, that's its own system. I'm still curious to see how it fares going forward outside of mirror matches, because so far it hasn't had so hot of a track record. But I would like to talk about the bans for the next groups, which is, goodness, and which is aggressively mid-tier and certified tentacles of chaos. Certified Tentacles of Chaos is our new bros. They're the newbies to the tournament here. They are our new Cal Mill. They're our friends. And yeah, we got Rope Capel. These guys have been in AT. They have had history in the Alliance tournament. Just off names, not and history, and what we've seen so far in tournament. Dujak, what do you think we're gonna see just going into this if somebody was going in blind?
I think it would be absolutely hilarious if certified tentacle people took a Celestis and a Sentinel, thereby completely negating the bans of aggressively mid-tier. Like, banning all, like, a little bit of each kind of E-War is just begging for them to take the other option of those types of E-War. Like, it does nothing against a good team.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of that, aggressively mid-tier, being Rope Capel, being supported, the support by Rope Capel, is the arbitrator, the carries, and the mollusk, making for really spread out bans. Really interesting, really begging for the alternate E-warships to be brought. Really curious to see how that's going to pan out for him. Certified Tentacles of Chaos, banning the Typhoon, Armageddon, and carries. So we see another double carries ban. Leaving the door still open for your Hyenas, your Ashimus, your Kruor, your whole bunch of NOS paints. You've got options. So
I definitely want to point out that as aggressively mid-tier, we will have no spamming of mademoiselles in chat. That's for Capel when they fly under the correct name.
I do see them. I do see them spamming Rote Capel and Mademoiselle. Hey, I am glad that they have a cheering section. It is nice to see when chat is alive and singing for their team and letting them cheer them on. And I know they're probably in their comms absolutely screaming and having a good old time waiting for both teams to square up and squabble up. So, all right. It does look like the teams have landed. Let's go see what happens, and let's pass it over to commentary and enjoy the match, guys.
Welcome back to the arena. It looks like we're about to see lasers versus shields, the shield's natural enemy. 20 seconds or so until we get to see if these lasers from the Rote team, aggressively mid-tier, are going to be able to make some fast progress on the Certified Tentacles of Chaos here. It does look like Certified Tentacles of Chaos are flying some of their favoured Caldari ships as half of their fleet. Got a Maelstrom for most of their DPS, a Ferox Navy issue to add some more decent ranged DPS. But conversely, we've got some similar projection from damage from aggressively mid-tier as well. And here we go.
Oh, I don't know about that range from the Ferox Navy, to be honest. It looked like, to me, like it was blaster fitted.
Well, it certainly looks like it's going into range for those blasters.
Indeed it does. And we see a more traditional, I want to say, armor setup here. And the age-old armor Kitsune taking quite some hits here, but still being wrapped by Rima Umbrael in his Augra.
Orthrus not looking too hot, getting hit by those, those range bonus lasers from the Apocalypse and the Navy Prophecy there. Absolutely just deleted within less than a minute from
He
the
tried to
match
pull the
starting.
range there, but it wasn't enough. And
I should correct myself. I know the Orthrus isn't a Kaldari ship, by the way, but it is grey.
It certainly has the background of a Kaldari ship. But that didn't help. The lasers had the range to just pick it apart, and they are also picking apart Lady M in the scythe.
It doesn't look like Lady M's going to be lasting much longer. We did see Tentacles have a good go at trying to get rid of that Kitsune as the fight started, but once again, like the Kitsune in one of the previous fights, it just got repped straight back.
Yeah, currently it's there it goes. That's the scythe. Scythe going on. Excuse me.
They do still have most of their damage still alive, but yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, the Ferox is still working here on the Ashimu, it seems.
They do have the Kitsune scrammed, however. That might stop it from being able to be to fully survive. But as they lose their Stalk as well, they're slowly running out of ships that could possibly make much progress on that E-warship.
Yeah, it does look like the Kitsune is pretty slow. It seems like it's afterburner fit, so it will negate quite a bit of damage from that drone swarm which is on it. And it, other than certified Tentacles of Chaos, they still have their Augurer up and doing God's work here.
They are trying to jam the Ashimu. Certified Tentacles are trying to jam that Ashimu there, but it's not going to be anywhere close with those jamming drones to the power of the Kitsune on the opposite team.
Yeah, and meanwhile the Ferox also stopped shooting, so it's probably safe to say it's kept out by the Ashimu and just, yeah.
It may very well be jammed as well.
Oh, it's shooting again. But stopped
it's
again.
managed to overcome those newts and the jams to be able to do that. All that aggressively mid-tier has to do now is try and grind through the big hit point pool in front of them. They've killed the weaker ships first, and now they're just going to try and whittle through the Maelstrom and the Navy Ferox to see if they can score a complete 100 points today.
Yeah, Certified Tentacles is like pretty much beautifully controlled, like textbook controlled there in the middle of the arena. Meanwhile, the support wing of Aggressive Mid-Tier just chilling at the backline, being more or less untouchable here. Because Maelstrom and Ferox are just jammed.
That's the beauty of the Navy Prophecy and the Apocalypse. They have range bonuses. They can apply, even if they're fitting relatively close range guns and ammo, they can apply to quite a respectable range. They can keep themselves away from a lot of danger while still doing everything that they want to do.
Yeah, they were giving out My Religion is Lasers buttons at last FanFest, which I could secure one, and you can see here why people would print such buttons.
Well, it certainly looks like they're getting the results they want from their religion at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Certified Tentacles could have done much better here against this setup from Aggressive Mid-Tier. They just executed it very well. And yeah.
There is the possibility from chatter, there is the possibility that the Orthrus that died first may have been cap boosting rather than shield boosting because the icons are basically identical when filled with capsticks.
This is true. It would be something you lose. You wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning and with sweat on your head and like, oh god, no, why did I do that?
Halfway through the match, and Aggressively is now working on the final Tentacle ship. It looks like they've done well. They've controlled from the very beginning. They've had all those jams out. They've primaried ships that may have made some very unfortunate mistakes, and it's played right into their hands.
Yeah. Looks like Mouse is going for the boundary here. Do not prolong it any longer. And there he
goes. Well, with that is a complete clean sweep for Aggressively Mid-Tier. The timer is over, and I think it's time to go back to the studio.
All back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
And with that, we see Rope Capel absolutely have a field day with certified tentacles of chaos, not bringing the promised chaos. Is that against the EUL? No, no. You know, refund for the lack of chaos. But hey, that was a wonderful match. Fantastic to see. The Jaguar in the opening. Wow. Mystic, how do you kind of tell me how that Jaguar may have helped or may have really hurt controlled chaos or controlled tentacles of chaos?
Yeah, so unfortunately for me, I wasn't paying that much attention to the Jaguar, but in theory, the Jaguar would have been able to kind of burn out there and grab tackle and apply its own damage to anything that the team deemed important. I didn't see the Jaguar going after the Kitsune much, which leads me to believe that the Jaguar was probably just aiming to pin down some of the ships for its team so that its team could try and get into range and do damage. But you know, it didn't pan out in the end. And I think it calls into question the validity of assault frigates in this tournament setup versus things like E-War frigates, where the E-War frigates have such a potent impact on the grid, as we saw with the Kitsune, being able to effectively prevent 2 or 3 ships from being able to lock your team in a 6v6 is, I think, a lot more important than having a single Jaguar be able to burn out there and get tackle on things. And I think it's more about maybe dedicating your destroyer slots towards being the tackle ships in this case, since there's less E-War capability kind of in that destroyer range.
Of course. And just while we're kind of still talking about mid slots and stuff like that, how did ECM play a role in this match?
So ECM in this match, I think, was crucial in the sense that it would have been able to stop the logistics from being able to put out reps, but it's also useful for freeing up. You know, like if one of your ships gets tackled, being able to jam the tackle off of that ship means that you're now able to move around a lot more freely. The way that ECM works, of course, you can't jam tackle off of yourself because if you jam something, they can still lock you, but they can't lock anything else. And the other reason I wanted to talk about ECM is that we saw Rote effectively bring a full Amar setup, which means that if they were going up against a Kitsune on the other team, there would be fewer effective jams that they would have to deal with. By bringing 5 Amar ships, you would need all radar jams, which is very unlikely in a tournament setup because you're usually hedging your bets and bringing maybe 2 Amar jams, and you're bringing 2 Mimitar jams, perhaps, depending on what the meta is, so that you still have a decent chance of jamming ships. So it reduces the potential impact of ECM to bring all ships of the same type, or same race rather.
Of course. Next up we have Mea Culpa and Edict. Dujek, who are you putting points on this?
I can't say I know all that much about them, but I think Edict have banned the hyena, and I think that's a good idea, so I'm going with them.
Yeah, with the hyena being really, really popular today, I would agree. I do think that Edict is a really strong choice to put points on. Edict has banned the hyena, carries, and mollusk, going for damps and looks like kind of the good all around hyena there. And then you have Mea Culpa banning the carries and the Mollis seeing 2 double bans, as well as the Celestis, so they're going very hard anti-damp. So what do you think what could you predict that we might be seeing in this, and what kind of fight you're looking forward to?
I would say I'm expecting to probably see another Kitsune. I think a lot of the teams now are banning out damps because in a Kitsune versus Morlus or Kitsune versus carries kind of battle, the Kitsune will always lose because it will lose its ability to lock as opposed to just forcing the other ship to lock it. But I'm also expecting a lot of kiting or a lot of range and projection because both teams want to be able to lock out to distance. They don't want to see their logistic ships kind of forced in close. So I'm expecting them to basically just slap each other from across the arena.
Fantastic. I'm interested. We still haven't really seen any. We've seen the mirror comp. We haven't seen anything that really, I mean, seems too out of the ordinary so far. I'm wondering as we get further into this and further through the day, through tomorrow, what insaneness, craziness we may see. It does look like the teams have landed on field. So let's go ahead and throw it. Now, I'm very curious, especially just how things are gonna go, and yeah, I'm looking forward. So, Dujek, you think Edict has a stronger chance? Mystic, who are you hedging? Who are you hedging your points on?
I am not sure. I would say, based on previous performance and the fact that we haven't seen Edict yet, I might be inclined to say that Edict have a decent chance. But you know what? I'll say Mea Culpa on this one. I'll go for them.
It looks like we're split up here. It looks like we've got 2 for Edict, 1 for Mea Culpa, and we'll see what happens. Now let's throw it to the arena.
Welcome back to the arena. We got Edict. We got Mea Culpa actively recruiting, but potentially and probably the first team on this tournament to have brackets in their name. It looks again like we've got the Scourge of the arena, the Kitsune, on the Edict team. That's going to be causing some alarm for Mea Culpa, who don't seem to have a lot of available range, but something that Edict have done is warp their entire team in at 0 to the beacon. You can tell where they want to be relative to the enemy.
Yeah, they did the power move and even warped their Augur and the Kitsune right in at 0. And the match is about to start, and you're gonna see which Evo frigate makes the difference. Because the Sentinel would reduce the range of like the Hype or the Prophecy Navy quite a bit.
We got the Magus and the Kitsune from Edict burning backwards immediately. Makes me wonder if they did warp at 0 by mistake, but we'll see.
Yeah, they did like a hard burn, and the Magus keep burning. Don't burn too far, you might run out of the arena. Oh, he's turning now, good.
Just about, yes. He saw the wall and turned just before he hit it, like Wile E. Coyote. The Mea Culpa team has largely started to burn forwards to try and keep some damage on those guys that went to the back. They primaried the Kitsune first, but that far away, there's not a lot they can really do to it.
Mm-hmm. The Hyperion hopefully has brought his camping chair because that Vexor Navy is tackling it down and it's not going to go anywhere very soon.
Vexor Navy looks like it's both webbed and grappled, so it's going very. Well, they want it to be going very slowly, but it is still keeping up to about 1/4 kilometer a second, avoiding perhaps the guns of the Hyperion there from really falling upon it.
It also looks like it was more like drive-by scramming the Hyperion and now going for something different.
You know, they may well have the Kitsune on the red team, but that Sentinel is absolutely neutering the damage of Edict from, in ways that no other ship really can. It can be far away. It has a huge bonus to those tracking disruptors. It can mess you up. And if it's got newts fitted, any frig that comes to try and tackle it can get neutered out very quickly, often in just a couple of cycles.
It's pretty interesting what's going on here. Like the Hyperion, like burning away from the Geddon running in. I'm not sure what the strategy is here, but there's certainly something happening.
Well, I feel like it's safe to say that, that Hyperion is probably rail fit if it's really going to try and be that far away from everything else. You can imagine that if that had neutrons fitted, it would be burning in completely the opposite direction. Not necessarily a problem for the Prophecy Navy issue. It's been a real favourite of this tournament.
You are probably right. Since they warped in at 0, I expected their hype to be a blaster fit, but it is indeed fit with rails. You can see how you get the commentators as well.
You can trick us. That, or it is just a mistake by a number of them there. Who knows? You can see that. Look at that. That Sentinel has been keeping those tracking disruptors on the Hype and the Navy Profs. Oh, tell a lie. Tracking disruptors just came off the Hyperion. If the Hyperion does have the ability to hit things at range, now is its chance.
Indeed, and it might be the Augurer that is a primary target here for them.
It might be. That Ashimu that they've got on the Edict team, it has only been applying webs to Mea Culpa on and off. It hasn't been constant. It hasn't been able to do that constantly the entire time. It looks like it does have them on the Vexor Navy at the moment, but there have been entire periods without that. Take a look at that. Look, it's almost as if, Edict came in at 0 and said, here we are, come and have a go at us. And now they've all kind of been pushed back against the wall by Mea Culpa.
Yeah, that's an issue. If you want to kite, then there's suddenly an edge on the arena, right? You don't have to, you can't keep going anymore. You kind of have to turn, and when you turn, there suddenly is an enemy team. And it seems like the Vexor Navy issue is taking the brunt of the damage here.
Well, the Hyperion is stopped completely at absolute 0 meters per second. I would imagine that right now he's desperately trying to get any application he can. And look at that. The Kitsune is down. They've lost a huge portion of their control.
Yeah, it seems to be not that much damage on grid, but a lot of control. And the Augurer of Xerathul looks to me a little bit like he was controlling himself there by being a bit far
last
away.
Bit of control there as well. -1 Ashimu.
Indeed. But the Vexor Navy issue is now wrapped back up again.
And freed. No more webs on it.
Indeed, yeah. That's big for Mea Culpa, getting rid of that Ashimu. That was causing a lot of problems there.
With Edict now without any of their control, I struggle to see how they're going to be able to hold on much more here. Their backs are literally against the wall.
Yeah, but the Hyperion making the charge now towards the Augurer. Looks like he just pressed approach and
he
hoped
did.
For the best.
He's approaching it rather than going where it is going, which would have made him be able to catch up a lot faster. Yet he is shooting the Augurer, but he should have been manually piloting. He needs to be doing that double clicking in space if he wants to be able to have a chance of even outpacing that cruiser under any circumstances. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, meanwhile, while he's chasing the Augurer, he's also running away from his own Logi. But it doesn't look like that is doing a lot since it's neutered by the Armageddon anyway.
It's neutered, it's webbed, it's grappled, it's scrammed, it's target painted. That Augurer probably doesn't have much left. Life left
now
in this
it's
world.
Also taking lots of drone damage here. The Vexor got on top of it.
I was surprised to see the Augurer take all that armor damage in just a few seconds. They've really got that thing gone.
Yeah, just checking for the turrets here. Actually, the Myrmidon Navy has some blasters fitted. The Vexor is just full mute fit, and the Gadon as well. So lots of control from the Mea Culpa team that proved pretty effective over the course of this match.
It looks like Edict showed up, challenged Mea Culpa, played the big boy, and then immediately got sent running.
Indeed, they were sent running, but and they even managed to do so for quite a while with the help of the Ashimo reps. They could keep going for quite a bit, but eventually you just get tackled down by things like a Confessor and a Vexor Navy.
You can't run forever in the arena.
And you only have so many reps you can apply.
I would imagine that that Geddon now is probably absolutely rinsing the capacitors of the Hyperion and the Prophecy Navy issue, perhaps even switching off their guns. That said, there is still some fair damage going on to the Mea Culpa, Orgora and the Confessor, but it's not enough to make a dent in them.
Yeah, I think Alexis in his Sentinel is doing a pretty significant part here in this matchup, preventing most of the damage that could be projected by the Hyperion or Prophecy Navy issue. But yeah, I'm not sure what Edict could have done better in this matchup. Maybe not warping at 0 at the start. Maybe.
I tell you what, I think that maybe, you know, if they meant to go at 0, I'm surprised that they ran away from their decision.
I mean, with a rail Hyperion, I'm not sure if you want to be that close.
We can say goodbye to the Navy Prophecy now. Its bonus armor is all gone, and the structure doesn't last very long. It's out of here. Now that Sentinel is free to put both of its tracking disruptors rather than just one or two. It could have up to 3, as far as we know, on that Hyperion. That Hyperion is not going to be hitting any of the Mea Culpa ships anymore, if it even was a moment ago.
Indeed.
And
probably
between
safe
that
to
Sentinel
say,
and the Geddon, there's not much left in his capacitor either.
It's probably safe to say the Sentinel is also doing its fair bit of neuting, which is quite interesting on a Sentinel, because it has the small newts which cycle pretty quick, which means you can keep ships dry.
I'm a big fan of the Sentinel. I've flown it a lot, and they cycle so fast that it is a real nightmare for anyone that tries to go up against it.
Yeah, usual strategy would be you put a heavy newt or a medium newts from cruisers or a battleship on your target, and then let the Sentinel take over once the majority of the cap is drained.
Exactly. I mean, that's a key thing about the fast cycling newts, isn't it? You know, you've got your heavy newts to get rid of large chunks of capacitor, but it's something like the Sentinel that keeps it constantly at 0. It stops you from getting even enough capacitor to turn a hardener on every now and then, or activate a web or something else low energy. It just doesn't let you get through any recharge, especially if you stagger them, which I imagine he's probably been doing.
Exactly. It's a complete nightmare against any small ship that doesn't have that much cap to begin with.
According to the clock, we are out of time, and yet everything is firing all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, Myrmidon's Hyperion is still going down, and there it is.
Complete wipe for Mea Culpa against Edict. Better luck next time, Edict. And with that, I think it's back to hear some analysis.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
And we are back. Edict taking a bite out of the couch as Mia Culpa absolutely steamrolls him. Fantastic, wonderful, wonderful piloting from both sides. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful show. Let's ask that Vex or Navy. That was awesome. I'm a huge VNI fan. Mystical. What was it doing?
Yeah, so we haven't seen many Vex and Navy issues in the tournament so far, but in this match, especially, it fulfilled a very important role. In the tournament, in the Alliance tournament rather, we often see the Vex or the Vex and Navy issue being fit with newts in its high slots. It's a drone boat, so you have the highs free to either fit some guns if you want to for a little additional damage, but the newts are actually a really useful utility in the sense that you can burn a Vex and Navy issue in full tank fit to tackle down something like an Augurer, and then you can just cycle your newts constantly the entire time and put real cap pressure onto the Augurer and stop it from putting out reps. So that's what the Vex Navy did in this match, burning in, shutting down the enemy logistics ship. Once that ship was down, it moved on. I saw it neuting the Hyperion towards the end, constantly applying cap pressure, so that they're eating through their cap boosters to keep their modules running. And it really works well with the Sentinel and the Armageddon that was also on his team. So I think a very well piloted VNI, very close to dying at one point due to the positioning of the Augurer on his team, but they managed to pull it back and eke out that win.
Which absolutely, absolutely fantastic. Really, really a great show. I personally am a huge fan of VNI, so it was wonderful to see one used. But let's go into the next grouping. We have Shrimps is Bugs, led by a Rambo. And then we have the Initiative, led by Agent Fuse. Shrimps is Bugs, banning the Abaddon, Sentinel, and Typhoon. The Initiative banning the Geddon, Carries, and Sentinel. So we see a double Sentinel ban. Dujek, what do these bans speak to me about the bans? What kind of vibes are they giving you?
I am getting weird vibes, honestly. Like Abaddon and Typhoon in the same breath. I think that they would be perfectly happy flying against shields. They haven't banned the Tholos. They haven't banned the Raven. I think that either they're going to fly missile kite of some sort, which is perfectly respectable setup, or they are hoping to fly against that for Shrimps as Bugs. And the Initiative have banned disruption towards guns, and I think that they are going to bring guns, basically. Probably of
They're going to
the
bring DPS.
long range rails and laser variety.
So we talked a little bit earlier about how we had the really weird the rail Hyperion. Do you think we'll see that again in this tournament?
Yeah, I think we'll see it in this tournament for sure. I don't think that it's necessarily better than an Armageddon, but in this case, Initiative no Abaddon, I mean, but the Initiative could bring the rail hype against Shrimps' Bugs and probably fail to kill Fast Raven and Jackdaw and Maulus and all the things that they don't want to fly against.
All right. Hey, with that, we're gonna go on each side. Mystic, who are you putting your points on? So far, it's really heavily leaned towards Shrimps' Bugs. The Initiative has a really has about 30% chance currently from points, but who are you putting money on?
Well, I think I'm going to have to go with Shrimps as Bugs because it just speaks truth. Just like cereal is soup, all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna have to go with Shrimps' bug.
Hey, and a hot dog is 100% a sandwich. DJ,
Correct.
who are you throwing your points on?
I am definitely throwing my points on Shrimps as bugs, and not just because last year's team for us was named something shrimp. I think Is That a Man Riding a Shrimp was our team last year.
As somebody who is my favorite ramen is shrimp ramen. I you give me a plate of shrimp, I would be very happy. I also am putting my points on Shrimps as bugs. We're all at the desk on Shrimps as bugs, and let's pass it over to commentary in the arena, and maybe we'll see if shrimps actually are bugs.
All right, welcome back to the arena. This time we have Initiative without caps on the blue side here, bringing pretty much a mirror matchup with Shrimps as bugs on the red side, but with a big but here. Blue Morphin on the Shrimps as bug side is in a Rail Hyperion, while Ecomp in the Hyperion for Init is in a Blaster fitted one. So naturally, he warped at 0.
Something interesting is like it's so almost exactly a mirror comp, but I think there's a real mistake when you choose a Navy Harbinger over a Navy Prophecy. The Navy Harbinger may well have that tracking bonus, but I would always choose the extra range bonus that the Navy Prophecy has.
Yeah, I mean, if you can fly close enough to your opponent, you don't need that extra range, and you're hitting harder if you track better. But we will see how that plays out as Kasumi from Init taking quite some damage in his Augra. The range doesn't lie.
It's a very early amount of damage to be taking on that Aurora there. Half dead already, just about staying alive. He does seem to be recovering slightly, but it's not doing very well. Something else that I think is an interesting comparison here is a Shimu versus Devoter. The Devoter gives you that super long scram, obviously. The Shimu gives you the super long webs. It's a real toss-up between which one there is necessarily more useful. Perhaps if I don't like the Navy Harbinger, I do like the Ishimu choice there.
Yeah, indeed. And it seems like the Init team is currently settling on a Striker Riker's Devoter. I assume that's a little bit of bait, because the T2 resists of this Devoter will keep it alive for quite a while if Genesis Astarte can apply some reps on it.
They will, but, the Ishimu can be doing its... Oh, we've just lost the Aurora from the Initiative there. That's going to be a huge blow for the rest of this fight. I was going to say, the Ishimu can be doing its tackling while it's repped. The Devoter can't. If the Devoter wants to be tackling... If the Devoter wants to be tackling, it has to turn off its point. We also saw in the bans here a Carrier's ban from the Initiative, but doesn't stop people bringing Maulus. It's almost its twin brother.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by the Hyperion here. It seems like it's propping around the Devoter, which is just sitting still. And basically out-tracking itself. It seems like it's orbiting it. That's not good. You don't want to do that in a Hyperion with blasters. You just that Devoter is just chilling there at the moment. But Sail in the Maulus just went down.
Oh dear.
One blood sacrifice basically for the battle report, right?
I'm not sure he's necessarily orbiting the Devoter, but I think maybe he was approaching and keeps on flying past it with his prop on. Which is, almost just as bad.
Yeah, but while the Hyperion the Hyperion and Harp Navy are working on this Devoter, the entire backline has just fallen to the railguns and ranges.
It could be that they decided to go for the Devoter simply because they felt it was the only thing that they could get some kind of reliable tackle on at the time.
Yeah,
not ideal.
It's an effective screen, right?
Yeah. both Maulises on both sides are dead. They didn't really get much time to shine. The Harbinger Navy is about to lose all of its structure in much faster time than it lost its armor. The Magus from the initiative is on death's door as well. In a moment, I think we're going to see just the Hyperion fending for itself, potentially even over-tracking as well.
That Morgos from Init will live a bit longer as the drones just dropped off, but it's also the only thing you can really do in that situation as a command destroyer pilot. Just pull range, try to stay alive, and maybe apply your links with a well-timed MJD towards your other ships that are still there, and apply your links.
I tell you what, it may well be the very end of the fight, but at least the Hyperion appears to have learned that it needs to sit still if it wants to apply that close range.
Yeah, although I don't really see any movement on Striker's Devoter here. The armor seems to be very well intact.
He probably doesn't need to. He probably doesn't need to try and sig tank.
So a very interesting, very well executed kiting match here from Shrimps' Bucks. It almost appears to me like they had found a way to adapt what is usually called Hydra in the Alliance tournament, or a Octodad into this format. Basically, a lot of long-range projection ships doing a lot of damage at range, and now you don't have to do at that much range as the Hyperion just is hard tackled and going down.
There goes all of the rest of his structure. Going to be the end of the match here. Perhaps he's going to get one more smart bomb off. He is going to get one more smart bomb pulse off, but it didn't really do much to those drones.
Well, good fights are in local, and I think with that last match, we can head back to the desk.
Loved one been scammed in local? Has someone promised to double your risk? Have you been hit by a hypernet scheme? If you answered yes to any of these questions, it's time to set safety to red and fire back. Hi, I'm Lemmy W. Isk of Isk, Shogatsu, and Carbon Attorneys, Jita 44's premier litigation law firm. The time for being a victim? It's over. We will ensure that you get the restitution you deserve, and those who wronged you are punished. Don't choose some pencil-pushing, paralegal F1 monkey. Choose a legal FC who will jump through gates for you. Choose quality. Choose ISK.
And we're back with the wow, that was a match. That was our last match of the day. But let's go over some stuff. So, Mystical, can you talk to me about damage drones versus rep drones? We've seen the importance of rep drones in this tournament as a 6-man, and yeah, talk to me about it. Let's see.
Yeah, I think this match really highlights the importance of rep drones in the sense that in it, when they were losing their Augurer towards the beginning of the match, managed to pull away from the Shrimps team, but they weren't able to keep the Augurer up because there was no incoming reps for it. If they'd had some rep drones, there is a high likelihood that the Augurer would have survived for a while longer, which may have given them the opportunity to try and find an opening in the match that they could exploit. But unfortunately, it seems like they opted for the damage drones instead, and the additional 300-400 damage that the drones were putting out collectively wasn't enough to really swing anything their way. So I think teams do need to keep in mind the benefit of rep drones over damage drones, depending on the setup that they are looking to run, because they can be really influential.
Of course. And it's just really interesting to see a combination that we see similar in the AT, the Alliance tournament, Octodad with 6 people. Dujik, yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it definitely makes it harder to run. I mean, one of the since we can no longer take 8 battle cruisers in the AT, and we definitely cannot even take 8 people in this tournament, it is being somewhat renamed to max threat a lot of the time, and it is not even max threat in this tournament. It's a moderate amount of threat, and you don't have the versatility to get the support you need. And also, like, one of the good things about max threat is that you can suit your comp to the points, and you can always find a workaround for bans and so on. Not quite as much in this. You have to take large guns. You matching them with smaller guns means less tracking, etc. Your entire comp is slower because of the inclusion of a mandatory battleship. And I think for a lot of newer teams as well, it's a practice intensive comp. You need to know how to transversal match, which is even harder when you don't get to do it in the ships that you want to do it the most, and when you have fewer support mids to help you do that as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. We do have a screenshot from mid-match from Striker Eric asking the Hyperion to stop moving because he will track him. Tushek, while we're continuing on the Octonet, why is this explain? Because to me this is I want to go and absolutely laugh. Just talk to me about it.
This basically comes down to transversal matching. If you are moving at a high speed and your target is standing still, it is the same as if you're standing still and they're moving at a high speed. It's relative. You want to match the speed and the direction of your target to maximize your tracking. You can also test this out pretty well with drones, as a matter of fact. Small drones are incredibly fast. And if you're being shot by small drones, you will take less damage if you're standing completely still than if you're moving in a direction, which means that the drones are kind of following after you and shooting you in the back instead of wildly zooming around you, as I think the Hyperion was doing in this case. It takes a lot of practice, and it's a good skill to have, especially for tournament players. They ought to set aside some time and you can check your combat logs to see how much damage you're doing. You can get third-party tools that do this by themselves, and then you can set aside some minutes to work on this and then compare your results and get better at the game.
Absolutely. Now, tomorrow at 1700 Eve, we have Baby Carrot versus Rookie Krookie. Just blind, because bans haven't been submitted yet. Who are y'all Mystic, who are you putting points on?
Oh, I'm gonna have to go for Rookie Krookie, because who likes veg? But we'll see that obviously tomorrow.
I mean, yeah. We'll definitely give it a shot. Do check your points. Where are they going?
I mean, on my team, I think the Carrots is my crew.
Oh, even more reason to bet on Rookie Krookie.
Okay, so I'm torn. As somebody who could be considered a rookie themselves, I've been playing the game for less than a year. I feel a draw to Rookie Krookie. But at the same time, I'm a redhead, and we get called Carrot Tops in the United States, so honestly, I'm leaning towards Baby Carrot pretty hard. We'll see when bans are announced what happens and where it goes, and we'll toss. I'll toss my toss my points then. But
the name, by the way, is in joke gone completely out of hand in our team. It just started
Oh, no.
offhandedly when somebody was asking about like what's up with baby carrots anyway, and it has gotten far enough that all our bookmarks are named after, like, for the warpins in the arena are baby carrot themed, and
Mhm.
it confuses the heck out of people who are new to our team by now.
See, so there is that's very similar to a running gag for the former Relv dissidents. Um, I believe it was their bad, and Lord Jackson is known for liking to have a storehouse of Wegmans spaghetti sauce, and he recently switched to Szechuan, and this is a running SEMA meme, and at this point, I am so lost in the lore that I just kind of accept it, and if I see it, I laugh, and you know, I hope to get to, I feel that way at some point about a vegetable. Um, as a salad lover, you know, that'd be great. But all right, guys, we are going to be back here tomorrow, 1700. You will have a different host, and they'll go through their introduction tomorrow. And we're gonna have a good time. And this is something that I do on my stream, just because I like to make sure that Eve players take care of themselves. The best ship is friendship. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. You're drinking water, eating food, and just take care of yourselves. We're all here together, and we all play the spaceship game we all like. Just be nice, guys, and have a good night. We'll see you here tomorrow.
And stop slouching as well.